Oh my goodness. It is a struggle Saturday to no end. My computer is just not doing it. The computer is having a bad time. It's just not. So, I'm having an issue where Windows is essentially completely borked on my computer. So, I have an older version of Windows 10 and a pretty old desktop setup, and it is in an update loop. So, we will actually probably crash out before too long. So, I'm going to try and get as much done as I can. It's going to be a whole mess. But I'm excited to get back to work on the airplane game. This is gonna be exciting. I want to add multiplayer uh to the airplane game. I'm getting that opened up here, and I'm gonna yap a little bit in the meantime. So, last stream got a little bit dense in terms of like what I was doing, all of the coding and like kind of the back end and what do you got. Um, so I'm hoping that I can keep it pretty high level on this one, and really just streamline that whole explanation process, because it is just dense. Sorry, Toby Fox, I'm gonna skip you. Um, but yeah, we were running into a couple issues with the web builds where like I could see myself and I could, it was just a little bit confusing. So I wanna take a bit of a deeper dive into that and see if we can't get a good uh, plane able to fly around with another plane, streamline some things, and then maybe even push this out to AWS, because that'd be fun. But I'm going to hit up the Discord real quick, tell everyone that we're going live, and then we'll get started in earnest. Ernest goes to get started. Dooby dooby doo. Thank you, Discord. That'd be amazing if you load it up. Hey, yo, it's live time. Alrighty. I just kind of want to dive back into this. So let me switch on over. Get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of this and the other. Turn this down on my end. I'm getting a lot of Spotify through my ears here. Okay. Let's take a look. All right. So this is where we had it left off. So let's just kind of run the code and see what it did for us. I've got, oh goodness, I'm gonna turn down the desktop audio there. That was loud. Let's see what happens when we run the game, just to see where we were, where we picked off. Alright, so we have a plane that flies around, we have a whole bunch of cubes, and we can shoot stuff and kill it, essentially. There are plenty of things that I want to change about how this plane flies, because right now you can just rotate it, kind of like you would a quadcopter. So I can just run this way and run this way without basically any aerodynamic consequences, so to speak. But we're in a big arena here, so I want this to connect to the server and correctly broadcast where this guy is at. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the server started up over here. I have the server running. Well, the server's not running yet, but let's take a look here. I'm going to move over into the server directory and activate the virtual environment. I'm pretty sure it's just run.py. Yes. I also have planned to change my refactorer, because what this does is it takes my outputted files from Godot and like kind of makes it better for going into Flask, which serves all the files. So I want to do that as well. But that shouldn't take very long. First things first, let's run this, run the server and connect and see what happens. So now we're hosting this, hosting the game on the web, but it's on a local web server. So if I go to HTTPS, I'm doing this off screen. Here we go. Drag this over into the view here. That's Godot loading. So there was a resolution change, so it's kind of freaking out a little bit. But that should pop up in just a moment here with the actual game. Yeah. So I can control this just as I could control it running it directly out of Godot. A couple things here that you saw that little lag spike. That is where that was the first time the tracer round was loaded into memory. So you can tell whenever there are little lag spikes like that. So that's something we'll want to optimize around. I think my crosshair is a little big. But other than that, this is completely playable. Woo! Pretty neato. I think the particles are stupid, but they were kind of necessary in seeing how this thing moved around. But in the output here for the server, I'm just going to let that guy fly out into the distance. We do see a WebSocket connection has been established, and it has thrown a message here that we have authenticated this user as a client object, and it has given it a UUID. That is all what it's supposed to do. So whenever get out of here. So whenever the WebSocket is connected, it sends all of the information over to the interpreter, and it interprets it there. So whenever we get a authentication back, it gives it a UUID and sends it back out. So what it said right here, authenticating client object with UUID, that's what it had printed out on the main screen. So this is going to get clogged up with commands. So we only have 2 right now, and like this is unsustainable in terms of like I really hate having these 2,000 line files where it's just every bit of game code right here. I completely turned down my Spotify. Kind of. There we go. Let's have a little bit of sound. Oh, Spotify. I think there's a thing whenever I go out of focus of Spotify, it gets quieter. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. But anyway, I kind of want to avoid a massive file here. So we've got the interpreter, which interprets easy peasy, and the main entry point, the run file, which runs the Flask server, and the WebSocket server. So one gives the game to the users, and one controls the game's logic. So whenever we connect here, what I'm not able to do is see anyone else that joins. So that is something I'm going to have to handle in Godot here. I don't want to open up the Godot that's running my avatar. There we go. I've got the socket controller and the socket interpreter here. So this is what controls the WebSocket from the client side, and it's sending out data such as giving the position to where the airplane is, and whenever it joins, it's like, hey, server, what are you going to call me? So I can know who I am, where other planes are, and what to do with the information you're going to be piping back to me. Pardon me. So I want to see what it's doing here whenever I connect. So I've got my server running. Can I keep this always on top? Move away the settings here. I don't want to deal with keeping this always on top. But what I actually want is the data that is going to be coming out of Godot anyway. So I'm going to just fire up the game and see what it gives me from the server. All right, we've been connected, and we have a list of player UUIDs. There we go. C A2T. Okay. So what it should do is one of these will be me, and I need to print out which one, just so I can see. But one of these will be me, presumably this one, because it's actually probably this one. But any one that isn't us, we need to make a plain representation of that on here. So I want to print that out. I want to basically print out as much valuable data as I can, just so I can debug this. In the socket controller, let's open up that script. Okay, so this only handles the connection in the socket controller, which is what we have open here. So all this does is anytime there's a message, once it's connected, it'll just send it to the interpreter. And the interpreter is where the magic happens, so to speak. So once we authenticate the client. That's a command given from the servers. So you authenticate yourself, receive client UUID. Okay. Here's where I want to print. Print given UUID from WebSocket server. And I'm going to print client UUID. Let's hop in. All right. So I'm going to close this. So given UUID from WebSocket server D4A. So whenever we look here at the list of player UUIDs, we see one, which is from this guy who's just flying off into space. See if I can turn him around. There he goes. Pardon me, I've got some dog. I'm going to go mute while my dog is potentially going to be barking at someone outside. There we go. We have Jolene here who wants to bark at everyone and keep me safe. Now, what clearly isn't happening here is there isn't another plane out here that spawns whenever I log in from the other server. That's not what we want. I do like how this loses altitude as you kind of turn around like that. That feels real. This is that was another thing that I talked about whenever I was playing this before. Like, it definitely isn't an accurate simulation, but it feels fun, and that's cool. So we get our UUID from WebSocket server. We get a list of player UUIDs. So print list of player UUIDs right here, because that is thrown out once the players are updated. So for UUID in list of UUIDs, if UUID is not our client ID, get the parent and make the plane. So get parent is main here. So it's just one call up to make plane with UUID. So let's take a look at that function there. See what it's doing. We have make plane with UUID. So it is going to load up the airplane scene and instantiate it and add it to the arena. And we have a plane map, which is a dictionary. And for the UUID key, we're going to connect the plane. So let's do some printing here. Print plane added to arena. And we'll print out the plane object. UUID. UUID. All right. And let's just clean this up a little bit. We only need one. All right, so I'm going to print that out and watch what happens. Mostly in the debugger. Let's run. See what happens. Okay. Oh, there it is. Alrighty, so we have a plane up here, but the position isn't updating correctly. And this was another weird issue that we had, where that one is mirroring. Oh, I really like this song. Where that is actually mirroring the rotation of me. So there is clearly a ish going on here. And whenever I go to the web page, that should be running this. Has it disappeared? What's happening? Oh yeah, I can chase myself. I can see myself on this screen, and it's really interesting how I'm able to... Oh, I guess that was just an offset from whenever I started there. I can't find myself on this screen. I can't find myself on the big screen, I mean. Because I think I'm underground at some level. Okay. This is wonky. And we can see like just how wonky it kind of is with look at the overlay that I'm getting here on the top left of each screen. So the values are doubled. And I think Godot is very confused. I'm very confused by this as well. So I don't think it's going to be super advantageous for us to run this locally and from a web server. So I kind of think I need to bite the bullet and run some debug things. Now, one thing that I cannot get is a proper debug output from the web page. And that's a bummer. So we're going to have to make it. This is the other Godot project where I have my avatar up and running. Excuse him. Pardon me. Let's open up that airplane scene and let's go ahead and make an on-screen debug. So I can print out stuff to the debugger down here, and that's awesome. But it's not super useful whenever I'm testing this out on on the web page itself. So let's just go ahead, make a control, and I'm gonna change the ordering to like 10. So this should, whenever you change the order, the Z index here, that makes it print on top of everything. So like if I add something to the scene, like I don't want it to obscure my debug output. Not that it should. It should always be on top because it's like the only 2D thing in here. But just in case. I'm going to make a script, but I'm going to call this debug console. And I'm going to give it a script here. Debug console.gd, that's fine. And it's a control So it needs to have a function. dbprint. And that needs to take output string. So let me think about this real quick. How I want to best access this. Before I do that, I'm going to quickly make a VBox container. I have one in my recents here. So what this is going to do is hold messages for VBox. So let's grab that from within the script itself. And we need to grab it on ready. VBox is going to be equal to the node, child node called VBox. Excellent. So whenever we have a string given by dbprint, what we need to do is make a new label. Label. New. And that label text is going to equal the output string. And VBox, we're going to add a child label. So this should, what this is going to do is it's going to add it to the very bottom. So I can demonstrate that here, adding a label. Let's just make something here, booger. And I can actually move this so it's out of the way. Wait. It's very difficult to grab controls in Godot. That's what I was trying to do there, so I have to go over here to the actual layout and transform of it. So I'm just going to move this down by 500. Woo! I mean 450. So that's plenty out of the way of my output, my debugging output up here for like the thrust and position and lift and all that good stuff. But we have, let's add a new label to it, and it goes underneath it. And I kind of don't want that. I kind of wanted to go to the top, or at least just not completely go off screen like this would whenever we're overloaded with boogers. So things need to delete themselves or be pushed down. So what I want to do is account for that. So I think I can do something called move child. Now let me declare this as a VBox container so it knows what I'm looking for. VBox move child. Move child label. Yeah. See here, move child node and to index, and you can throw in an index there. So label to index 0. So now, whenever I add stuff, it's going to move it to the top and push everything down. Sweet. Now, I don't want this to just completely, like, I'm going to print a lot of stuff. So I don't want it to like keep literally everything on screen as an asset. That's just going to slow everything down and be clunky and kind of just poopy. So I'm going to grab a variable of how many children there are in the VBox. X equal to VBox get child count. So there are going to be X many children. And if X is greater than 10, for Y in range, no, let's see. For Y in range X minus 10, so this is only going to keep 10. Index is going to equal Y plus 10, right? I think I have this right. So this should delete everything after uh, the 10th index. So all of those older messages. VBox get child by index queue free. um, I think this will work. I don't know, and I'm going to try it out. Yeah, so I just want to crash and burn on this real quick. So in my main file, I want to have debug printer. Yeah, I want to change that from debug console to debug printer because it's not going to be an actual console. Copying that. Debug printer, baby. So in the process, in the physics process, I want to debug print, debugger, db print. Let's see, os get tick. No wait, I think it's time. Get ticks millisecond. So what this is gonna do is every tick, and I'm gonna take it out of process. I'm gonna put in physics process, which is a little bit slower. Every tick, it's gonna print whatever tick it is to the thing, and it should only have 10 at any given time. So I'm gonna run this crash and burn and see what happens. See if I get a counter. Yeah. Okay, so that's working. Okay. And also there, I want to print out how many children are actually in the debug printer thing. Debug printer VBox get child count. So we're printing out a string here of this. And this is kind of awkward how I have to do this. I have, this will only take a string. It can't concatenate the same, like, you know, magically the way like a regular print function does, where you can print integers and things like that. So I have to do all of my casting to strings right here, and I might have screwed that up, but it's cool if I did. Okay, so there's this works great. There's always 10. And I want to have that a little bit higher up. 400. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 350. Pad that over a little bit. Excellent. So now we have a debug printer. We can print to the console. We can print to the screen. It's a little clunky to get to. So what I need to do is I need to make a global singleton. So let me take a look at my globals here. I don't have any at the moment. So I'm going to make a new script in scripts called global. So in the namespace of this, you can in Godot you can have auto loads, such as, let me see here. In project settings, you can have auto loads or globals. So what you can do is you can add a script to here, and you can give it a name like targets or enemies, and you can access it from anywhere by using that name. And that is really handy for like these global things. Well, global things, it's kind of a circular definition there. I'm going to add the globals script. There we go. And it automatically is going to call it global, and I'm going to add it. So, and they default to enabled. That's good. And if you have more, they they fire off in order. So I can now access this from anywhere as global. I'm going to make a function called dbprint to text pass. So now what I need to do is from the debug console, I need to give the debug console to global and just call it from here. There we go, in globals. Now, debug console, whenever you are ready, set this variable debug printer self. Yes. So now anywhere can call this and get dbprint. And I'm going to change these up a little bit, change these variable names just so they're a little bit more consistent. Debug printer. And I know I called that debug console as the file, but I want to rename that. Can we do that without breaking anything? That's in scenes main. Where is scenes main? There it is. Debug console, rename, debug printer. Lit. Okay. Now let us see, instead of printing these things out here, I want to print as much as I can out into my debug printer. That is going to be awesome. So where am I printing? Output string is going to be and I think I can just copy and paste this into string format here. Oh, I had to press equals here. That should work, yeah. And then global dbprint output string. It's one extra line, but I think it should work. So let me run this, and it might crash. No, it worked. Goodness, that is a lot of info. And I kind of want that to modulate a little bit. Material. Probably gonna have to set the text theme override so that everything is has some opacity to it, because that's just gonna be a wall of text in front of everything. Let's do it. Theme overrides. Actually, I can just make a new theme here. Not in scenes. Where would I put this? I guess materials and shaders. Hello? Are we crashing right now? Oh, it was just always on top. There we go. Fonts. Great new resource. And it's going to be a font file. Or a font variation. Let's try font variation. Debug font. Base font. Variation, open, blah, 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 baseline. I might have done the wrong thing here. I think I have. Is this Toby Fox playing on Spotify? It is. And I'm going to say nothing, because I think people might come at me and shoot me if I say what I was gonna say about Toby Fox. But shouldn't be mean. Shouldn't be rude even. Alright, so that wasn't what I needed to do. I need to create a different style of resource. I think just font file. Let's call it debug font and overwrite whatever that was. Resource? Hello? Hello? What am I thinking of then, if it's not this? I'm thinking of... It's a new resource. I guess it's a theme. Okay. Debug theme. So down here is where it opens up the theme thingy, as I call it, the theme editor. So let's see where we can change the text to be transparent at all times. Well, first things first. Let me check in my debug printer. Able modulate? Oh, never mind. Instead of doing all this, I'm just going to modulate it immediately. Modulate. It's going to be a color 1.0. Nope, don't want that. So full white, but half opacity. That's what that should be doing there. Let me launch and see if this works. Yay! So now I can see through it, and it's not completely gonna skew my vision, completely obscure my vision. Plane added to arena. Where is that plane? I'm not sure. The thing I also need to do is set it so that we can't fly a billion miles away. That's going to be something I do in the arena. Let me open up the arena scene. Wow. Not much to it there. Oh, it's just big. So let's make the barrier. Why did I call it barrier is not a thing. How do I want to do this? I want to node 3D. Barrier. So first thing I'm going to do is make an area 3D. And it's going to need a shape. It's going to need a collision shape. Collision shape 3D. And it needs a shape. I want to do a cylinder shape. A cylinder shape is going to be perfect. So the height will be big and the radius will be garganche. So it's going to be, let's say, 300? 400? Okay, that's plenty big. And 200 tall. And how big is that going to be offset then? 3D? 100. Awesome. So I don't want to be able to fly any farther than this. This needs to be the limit. So this needs to have some sort of logic to constrain these planes. And I'm not the best, I'm not sure exactly how I want to go ahead and do that yet, but I need a visual representation of this so I can tell whenever I'm flying into it. Now, all my planes are already going to be in this barrier, so I can't necessarily work with it the way that I would traditionally work with an area. So like if I had an area denial barrier, like a box or something, like it's something you don't want to go into. It's something you don't want to be able, you want to bounce off of it, right? But this, I'm already in it. So I need to know whenever I'm gonna leave it. Uh, and what I will do here is make a cylinder mesh to match up with this one. So the top radius was what, 350? 400 actually. And the height was 200. Awesome. Awesome. And transform is going to be 100 up. So inside this, you're not going to be able to see anything because of the way Godot renders. It doesn't bother to render the inside of something. So what we can do is make a new material here, and actually, I don't even think it's in the material. What we can do here is flip the faces. Ooh. There is crazy Z fighting going on right now because of the floor plane. So I'm gonna put this at 99.5. There we go. Just lower it a little bit. So now the faces are flipped. And is that how that's supposed to look? Why is it dark up there? That's strange, I think. Anyway, the faces are flipped so we can only see the inside. If we're outside, you can see into it. So it looks a little weird. It looks a little liminal, but that's not a problem. So we have our new material here, and we want to enable transparency, and we don't want it to be darker over here and cast like shadows and stuff. So I'm going to make it unshaded. So holy moly, it looks crazy. And I'm going to make it red. A little less angry red, but pretty transparent. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is add a noise texture. So this noise texture is going to basically emulate a fence. So we're going to be able to see through it in parts, but only where the noise allows light to get through. Let me change the size of this so it looks a little bit better. Fractal. Frequency was high enough. Octaves. No, it's not octaves that I care about. Okay, keep gain at 0. That looks pretty good. So as we fly towards this, we'll be able to see that there's like this barrier here. You see some nice seams over there where it looks poopy. Trying to think, how much noise do we want? I'll just play around with it and see what I like. Lacunarity does nothing at this level. Octaves doesn't need to be very high. Octaves are just going to cause more resources to be used that's not necessary. Sampling, do nearest bitmap so it looks a little blocky. I like the blocky look. I don't know why. And what we can do here is do a proximity fade. So where have you gone, my child? Distance. So you can actually fade this in as you get closer to it. You see, where is the value that we need? Distance fade. We need to enable. And I think we actually need to turn off proximity fade. Distance fade, amazing. So I don't always want to see this. I want it to just kind of show up. So minimum distance. Let me get a little bit closer here. Minimum distance. Let's just call it 100 meters. Not 1,000. That would be disastrous. So you can kind of see whenever you get close to it. Let's see what this looks like from the inside. And this area 3D, I want to turn off the collision on it for right now. So I'm going to give it no layers, no mask. All right, let's see if this looks kind of cool. So whenever I fly up here, oh, I'm going to need a turbo mode. That's for sure. Okay, so you can kind of see I'm approaching this thing, but it's not always there, so I can fly away from it. Cool. Let me thrust up a little bit, thrust a little faster. You can see it coming up, you can see it coming up. You're not going to get surprised by it. Let me see what it looks like over at the corners, over at the edges. But it's not necessarily distracting either, so that's good. Ah. Okay, yeah, so you have plenty of time to get it, to fly away from it and turn back in. Okay, now I need to mess around with this. So, let's give it a new layer name. So we have our environment, targets, planes, and let's call it arena barrier. And that's going to be layer 4, arena barrier. So what is it going to interact with? It's going to interact with planes. Excellent. And what we're going to do here is whenever we have an area exit event happening, we're going to connect that to the barrier. So the barrier, where would this live? This should live in the arena. Yeah. Area exited. Print area get parent. Ooh, no, I don't want to print it out here. I want to global db print string area get parent. Okay, so whenever something exits this, I want to print out what that is. So I'm going to fly straight upwards and thrust out into the sky. So we should have something print out. Okay, an airplane left. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just... I'm going to do this kind of cheeky-ish. Instead of having a barrier, I'm just going to say, grab that parent, grab that plane, because I don't care about what the area is. I care about what owns that area. I'm going to move that plane just back to 0. In fact, I want to check if that's not a great idea because, yeah, that's 0 right there. So let me make a marker. This is just an arbitrary point. And I'm going to put it over here. So this will give you enough time to like pull up or move or something like that. 30. Spawn marker. And what I'm going to do here is just put you at that global position of the spawn marker. Awesome. So I'm actually going to, instead of flying up, I'm just going to dive straight down. Ooh. Oops. I kept the print in incorrectly. Diving down. Okay. Okay, I've essentially made portal. Wait, could I see myself there? Oh, yeah, you can see the particles and stuff. That's kind of neat. Um, but it should just send you back to the center. And we can update the logic here. Like, it'd be nice if like you were like forced to flip out or something. But this is also fine. It also seems like it could be you could make portals in this game. That might be a fun feature to add. Some water. Awesome. So this is something I need to start exporting and putting onto the server. So what I'm going to do is I am going to export the project. And this goes into project airplane output into this folder. And that's what I want. But what I have to do here, I don't want the roaming folder. That'd be crazy. Oh, this folder. Let me open up the Explorer in here so we can kind of see this better visually. In the airplane project folder, we have output. And this is where all of the game files come directly from Godot. But I have the server here, which serves them from a static folder called game. Static folders and template folders are just kind of like generic things that you always see in web folder structures. And this is basically no different there. So it's run by Flask. It's Python as a Python server functionality. So we need to move the game files into this here. I have to change file names and stuff like that. So instead of doing all this icky stuff, copying it and handling it manually, I'm going to use my refactor and move everything that way. So what this refactor does is it modifies the HTML file in place to put the proper folder in front of it. But what I also want it to do is just move everything. So if I'm going to add some good boilerplate to this. Here we go. So we modify the HTML file. I don't need all this extra white space. I need to move source file. Oi. All right. So what I need to do is import shootil or shutil. Because shutil is like the... One moment. Are we having an earthquake or did someone just slam a door next over there? We had an earthquake in LA 2 days ago and it woke me up at 7:29. The most annoying time to be woken up by an earthquake. It was someone slamming the door today, not an actual earthquake. So what I'm going to do here is utilize shutil, and I'm going to copy... Let's see. Source path to destination path. Copy data, and I forget what copy versus copy 2 does. Copy 2. Copy data and metadata. Yeah, I'm just going to try copy, and if it works, it works. So the source path is going to be... pardon me. What folder is that? That is going to be in... Oh, actually, this means I have to move that. Where is refactor.py? Okay, it's not in this base place. It's not in the base path here. So it's in server. So refactor needs to move over here. Oh, let me copy and paste this because I made a boo-boo and I moved it without saving it. Oh, dang it. I need to move up one folder. I've kind of fudged the bucket in how I do this. Yeah, open it. There we go. Refactorer needs to copy from... Yeah. Copy and paste that with all my changes that I made. We need the source path and the dest path. So source is equal to this path, dest path is equal to this path, and I need to copy everything to server, and this is all locally, we don't have to do absolute paths. We can. And I might actually go back and undo this and just do it with absolute paths, but I'm sticking with my dumb idea, my first thought, best thought. Server, static, game. And source path is going to be output. src dst. I'm going to go ahead and Google Shootil copy directory. Just to make sure that I'm doing this recursively and I don't have to come back to anything. Yeah, it's copy tree. Yes, and it uses copy too. Okay. Copy tree. And it should take the same files there. Alrighty. So instead of... I'm trying to do this in the fewest amount of clicks and stuff possible. So I'm going to be a moron and actually just put this back there. Back in server. Copy this again because I didn't save it again. Close. Did that make it another one? Yes, it did. Don't run that. Okay. Editor, cut this out. I don't have an editor and no one's watching this, but cut this out. Because it's embarrassing. Okay. Copy and paste. Great. Awesome. Good stuff. So instead of having all this, I'm going to have... I just know where everything is. I have this on my F drive. F project airplane output. And then F project airplane server static game. And this is going to be F project airplane server static game airplane here. But what I also have to do is move the source files first. I have to move the source files and then modify the HTML file. I think this should work. So we have all of our files in that output folder. So these are the output files and we need to move them over and then edit it using the refactorer. So refactor.py. Cannot create a file when that file already exists. Okay, so we need an overwrite function. Copy tree overwrite. Copy recursive, blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Stack Overflow. What do you got for me? Ooh, I'm going to copy and paste. Define copy and overwrite. This I just copied directly from Stack Overflow. So let's take a look at what it does. Copy and overwrite from path to path. If we have the OS module here. If the path exists to path, shutil remove tree to path. I don't like how they have this DST path. I like this a little bit better. Source path. Source path. Awesome. And instead of what we have here, we're just going to copy and overwrite. So we're going to remove tree, that destination path, and then we're going to copy the tree from source path to destination path. Now, here are a couple considerations. Is that going to, pardon me, is this going to preserve the right name? Because it's coming from a folder called output, and I want it to be one called game. It should. It could not, though. So let's crash and burn and see what happens. Refactor, copying. We've copied, I guess. It didn't throw any errors. So an output. Also, let me close this one. We don't need that. We have all of the files over in output still. And in server, in static, we have a game folder with all of this stuff. That was copied. That was made at 4 o'clock. Because that was whenever I exported the thing local time. So it seems to have worked. Let me open up the HTML file. So it has everything in the right place. Yeah, static game, airplane.html, which is the actual file that you're served whenever you go to the game. And it has static game, airplane. It has the pre-pinned stuff that doesn't come from Godot. This all looks decent. This all looks good. So, I think we are good to try this out. So I need to be running the server. Alrighty. This is all incorrecto. Let's load up. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we have a nice big barrier at the top. This should, yep, one of the barriers coming into view. And we should pop right over to the center. Sweet. We can shoot and kill these guys. So another thing, these are not in any, these are all random cubes. So anytime I load up the game, these are all going to be in different places. So if I'm playing with myself from one browser to another, these cubes aren't going to be in the same place. So that's something we'll have to address as well. Also, I didn't see it print anything. Oh, that's because I'm no longer printing stuff. So it should have also printed something whenever another person joins the game. I have my iPad over here, so I'm going to log in on this. And I have a little controller here, so I can, it's not going to, you won't be able to see anything that I see on this, but I want to be able to have another guy flying around. And we can open this up so that y'all's guys can play. All right, HTTPS. And I'm going to type in the IP address of my computer that's running this. Port 5000. Let me turn on my little controller guy, my little Bluetooth guy. Okay. And I want to see if I can crash into myself here. Alright, so here's something that I should have seen, but I didn't. I didn't see myself. I didn't see anything pop up whenever I logged in. So I am logged in and flying around. And I don't see the other player in the middle. So I don't see anything logging to the debugger on the front, which is annoying. So I need to address that. Voice things first. Close this. Alrighty. And I want to find out why we're not printing anything to the top there. Into our debug printer. So maybe we just didn't have anything worth printing. So I want to have something there I can just toggle the print, just as a basic debug thing. So whenever I fire the gun, I think that's going to be... Okay, for gun and guns, trigger held true. If... Alright. What do I do here? Trying to think, because it's just going to blast a stream of prints at the thing if it does this. Var holding fire. It's going to be a boolean that is false. If action express fire, if not holding fire is true, else holding fire is equal to false. And so this right here, this if we're not holding fire, this will allow this action to be just a one-time trigger. So it's checking every frame if it's if this is pressed. So instead of just checking and if it is pressed print, check if it's not being held and then print here. So global dbprint firing. And I want to have a output string here. Time OS. No, wait. Get ticks millisecond. Just so it's not printing the exact same thing every time. Let me try this on the local side here. So firing. It's doing it twice. Why are you doing it twice? That's... Oh, yeah. It's doing this weird thing where I exist in two planes of existence at the same time. So I'm flying up on me here. It's weird. Yeah. Okay. So that's a little scuffed. I'm gonna close this and let's try out the refactorer and see if it's working the way we want it to. So I'm gonna export, overwrite, head over to the server and terminate it. Run the refactorer. It's gonna copy and well, it's gonna delete then copy, and I'm gonna run it and restart this. Hey, and I'm firing. And it's only firing once, and it's telling me the tick with which I'm firing. Cool. Okay, I'm going to let him run. Thank you, iPad, for logging off again. Loading this up on my iPad. I'm just using another browser over there, so it's not running on the same computer. Okay, so I didn't see anything that said a new player has joined, which is a bit indicative of stuff. So what I need to do here is print whenever I connect. That wasn't something I was doing Where is that at? That's gonna be in socket interpreter. Yeah. Output string. This isn't something I was originally printing to the debug printer. Global db print output string. Project export. Export project. Woohoo. So this isn't a ton of clicks to do, but I guess it's better than it's fine. Okay. Let's load in, and I didn't see anything there. I didn't see anything connect to the server. I do see it here that we're authenticating this guy. Let me refresh on the iPad. Loading, loading, loading on the iPad now. Okay, it didn't authenticate it. I got a 304 error. 200s on everything. Did I get a 304 on... Wait. Why are you giving me 304s? Oh, I guess... Oh, never mind. I just... I forgot what 304s were. So 304s, airplane.png didn't change the last time that the web server was accessed. So I just pressed F5 to reload the thing, and I get these 304 errors saying like, why? Yeah, you're trying to give me this, but I already have it. I don't need... that's just kind of a nice thing that occurs. So I'm not seeing the authentication here. And I'm wondering why that is. So we authenticate on this screen, but we don't authenticate on the iPad. So let's take a look at that, why that could be. In my run.py file here, what have I got? I have my Flask server running, and this has this host line here. So this host line says you're going to allow traffic in from any IP address. You're not going to block anything. So 0000. However, whenever I'm running the WebSocket, I'm seeing over here 127.0.0.1. So let's take a look at the documentation for what WebSockets serve is doing. So I've got the documentation right here. WebSockets.serve sockets serve. Oi. Let's pull up serve. Async IO. I don't want any of this. I want WebSockets serve. Maybe it was already there. WebSockets. Let's take a look at the examples here. Pi-host. Oh, this is going to be a great website, I can tell already. WebSockets serve handler local host. So I've given up on Googling it. So let's just go over here and recreate this line. WebSockets serve. What do we want? So we have our WebSocket handler and a waitable host string. So I'm thinking that host string, if we change it to this host string as well, it'll allow us through. It might not. This could break it. Let's try. WebSocket server started. So that prints right after this. So it didn't, I don't know, explode. I'm going to press F5 on my iPad over here. See what happens. I want to see that authenticate. All right, so it connected to the Flask server. That's what we want. I don't see anything here in terms of it connecting to the WebSocket. Let's do some more in-depth printing. Whenever someone connects to the actual client. So, WebSocket connection established along path. That's good. If I go over here and refresh, it'll say WebSocket connection established on path. All this good stuff. And that's coming from the local host. Why is it mad whenever WebSockets connects? I'm going to Google it. WebSockets serve connect from another computer. Yeah, I know it's a blah, 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 blah. Connect two devices on the same Wi-Fi through WebSockets. This is a Reddit profile page here. Maybe there's information. I think I see where you may be getting confused. WebSocket client servers aren't exactly interchangeable. Okay. Built into server-side WebSocket libraries. I think this might not be what I wanted to Google. That was very strange. Why aren't we connecting? We're allowing any traffic. WebSocket handler. Does it? It shouldn't have anything to do with the SSL context because that's not the way WebSockets work. What am I? Hold. Oh, I know what it is. So, the WebSocket controller here, and this makes sense. The socket controller is trying to connect to the local host. I ding-donged it from the start in Godot. So what I need to do is change this line. This is easy. So I need to input the IP address of this computer, which is 10.30.1.21 on my local network. So now I should be able to export it. And this has a lot of connotations. Is there going to be any change to the WebSocket host line now? Whenever we run this, is that host file going to be fine? I think it is. But there's really only one way to find out. I am refreshing on the iPad. Are we going to authenticate? 10.30.1.225 is from the iPad. We didn't authenticate. I'm going to fire. I can fire and get stuff here. Running on all addresses. Running here, running here. Huh. What is the matter with you? Why you do this? I didn't get anything there whenever I authenticated. Okay. The fact that it didn't work here either is kind of rad. I'm going to change this back to what it was. Because I didn't authenticate locally. I'm going to refresh here. Reconnect to the server. And see if I authenticated. I didn't authenticate. Okay, so let's try what's the deal with the server here? 10.30.1.21 instead of localhost. Troubleshoot, troubleshoot, troubleshoot. No, we don't need to change anything here. We just need to rerun the server. Okay, no errors here. WebSocket server started. Refresh. We didn't authenticate. Let me refresh it over on the iPad. We see it refresh there. Still loading there. A little bit slower over the Wi-Fi. Doesn't authenticate. Let me try just running this and see what if I get any errors here. List of players connected, and it connects whenever I do that. What? What? Okay. On path, nothing. WebSocket connection established on path. Let's print this out. Path. WebSocket handler. Okay. WebSocket handler. WebSocket in path. Where does this go? Huh. So if I have it on localhost, I should at least be able to authenticate on this computer. But I guess not, because I'm putting in that localhost file. Yeah, so no authentication there. Huh. I have to do some real interesting Googling here. Because I just don't. I know how to do this in Flask. But I don't know how I would do it with the WebSockets. Let me Google around a little bit. Let's see. I'm really sure it's with this host file here, because we just might not be able to do it we just might not be able to run it locally like this. Because I think yeah, we have to be able to accept any host. Let's see. Connect locally. It had to be the WebSockets host string. Has to connect other computers on the network. This is the fun part. So I know it has to be 0.0.0.0, but the problem there being, here, let me try this one more time. I don't know if I had all of these things aligned. So 10.30.1.21 is this computer's IP address on the local network. That's good. And it is accessible. It's all good. I'm going to go ahead and export this just, as a sanity check. And I'm going to close everything and do the refactoring. Run the refactorer, so copy all those files over and make sure everything is nice and saved up over here. Our host path is 0000. All good. Let's run it. WebSocket server is started. Let's refresh. Nothing. We're not authenticating. Let's find out why. Why you do this? Whenever, I wonder if it's, yeah, because here it has no problem. That is telling. That's telling. So let me stop this. I wonder if I'm like forcing it out over here. Refresh. I wonder if I'm like blocking that port here. Nope. Not blocking it. So we did connect up here whenever I ran it locally. So, why you like that? I don't know. There could be an issue with it being a secure connection, because it's not a secure connection. I don't know if we can do WSS. I'm gonna try and break it real quick. Yeah, didn't connect. And we have some errors. TLS handshake error. So we have our certificate and key. So I don't know how to do that. How to serve WSS from WebSockets. It might be possible given our state of stuff. Yeah, we are. Yeah, googling, reading. We have our SSL context. Okay. Let's try this. This could be a disaster, and that could be a fun learning process. So, I'm gonna import SSL. I am reading from Stack Overflow as we speak. So the WebSocket launcher here, we're going to need a SSL context. That'll be equal to SSL context. Cool. And the protocol has to be a TLS server. I don't know if there is WebSocket built-in thing to handle this. But we need to load the certifications. Load cert chain. And our cert file is going to be equal to actually, yeah, what do we have it here? Server.cert and key file is going to be server.key. Can you have both these going at once? We don't know. But we do need to add that context into our little guy here. SSL context. Let me make sure I have that right here. Oh, good gravy. There's just so many. You could put in way too many arguments, and then it's just keyword args too. I can't. I don't have the ADHD medication to read this. Or is SSL? It did say SSL, so I'm just going to assume that's the one that it wants. Crash and burn. Crash and burn. WebSocket server started. It didn't not find it. To the point where I'm like, here. Break, will you? Okay, cool. Sometimes I'm a little bit untrustworthy. WebSocket server started. With Wesh. Oh wait, it wouldn't matter if I do it on here because I haven't uploaded those changes. So we did get an error last time we ran it locally, the TLS handshake error. What's going to happen? Connected. TLS and handshake error. That didn't change anything. That didn't change anything here. And I don't know if it'll change anything if I try it over here. So I'm going to export the project. Ooh, let's try it out. Yes, yes. Export the whole ding-dong thing. Run the refactorer. Put everything where it's supposed to go. In fact, I'm a little concerned about my refactoring. No, my refactor is great. I Googled it and everything. Is this an issue with this? No. Reload it on the iPad, see if anything happens here. If not, I'm going to probably remove the SSL context. We're probably going to need it whenever we deploy this. But right now, I think it's just being an issue. Giving you Papa? Oh, wait. Oh, Are you actually... Oh, I'm gonna poop. I'm gonna poop in my ear. Reload. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why didn't that work? No, I don't want it to be served from there. I wonder if, like, I can't serve this directly from here. That would be stupid and kind of make a lot of sense. How to not change back from... No, I don't want that. HTTPS 10.30.1.21. 5,000. I know my connection is not private. Neither is your face. Don't go to localhost. Don't go to localhost. Yeah, baby. Okay. Is there another plane flying around here? Okay. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know why you doing that. Okay, so of course my controller died as soon as I was doing this. Now I can't see what's happening. Okay. Is there another plane being flown around? Okay, it's about to flip out, so I'm looking for it. Wait, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Can I shoot at him? I'm shooting at him on the other screen. Alright, this is getting a bit confused. Here, I'm going to crash into the wall on the other screen. Because it's not really helpful to not be able to see anything. Alright, I'm about to go through the barrier now. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. I think I've got him. I th I think I'm flying around him. Alright, so I'm gonna slow the thrust on this guy to like nothing. I can fly past him. This is incorrect. Chasing after him. It's shooting as well. So it's obviously not unique. Yeah, I'm flying backwards on the other screen. Okay, yeah. This is kind of working, kind of really badly. Okay, that was really weird. And a lot to get to that point. So, um, obviously there are some issues. One, but I'm controlling both of the planes, so uh, I need to make a different script for my plane and an enemy plane. Let's go to scene. Targets, test arena, tracer rounds, plane, airplane, plane, and let's create a new folder called enemy. Just so these are separate. So a new scene called enemy. Enemy is going to be a plane, but it's going to be different than the plane that you are. It's just going to be basically a visual representation. So it needs a mesh. And I can actually copy and paste quite a few things from the airplane scene. So, copy. Oh, yeah. And what I have to do here is make these unique, because like if I change them on here, they'll, wait, nope, make unique. If I change them on here, it'll change them on the other plane as well. Okay, so we have a plane. Now, this should change the way that this that I'm controlling this plane, the way that I'm controlling the enemy plane as well. So obviously we don't want that to happen because that's just going to confuse everything. And I need to change it to my main script to, instead of spawning an airplane, spawn an enemy. Wow. Excellent. And we're going to add the plane map here. Plane map. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if... Let's call it enemy plane map. There we go. Make this a little bit easier on me to read. Enemy plane. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And then we update the player positions. If it's not this, it's not this. Blah, 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 blah. Enemy flies around. I'm going to give it a script. It's not going to do anything yet. There we go. And this is going to have some logic to it, like being able to get hit. But right now, I just kind of want to export this and see what this does for the enemy that you're flying around in game. Yeah, override. Cool. Refactor it and run it. What you got for me? Okay. Refresh. Load that up. Okay, we are loaded up here. Refresh on the iPad. All right, so we should see an iPad guy, an iPad kid, pop in right here as an enemy that shouldn't rotate at all. There he is. He has joined, and he am flying this way. Yes, and now I can drop him down. Oh, wait. Yeah, so now I can try and get him to fly straight up. Okay, this is difficult. You fly back and see what he's doing. Okay, so he's flying upward now at a decently upward clip. Yes, and he is now doing that. Okay, awesome. That is what we want. We have a guy flying around on the iPad, and I am shooting. Awesome. Now I need to be able to hit and be hit. This is going to be the complicated part. So, I need to be able to shoot this guy. So, in order to do that, this thing needs an area around it. Area 3D. And it needs a shape. So right now, I'm just going to give a collision shape of a capsule. So this will need to be refined a bunch. Where are we at? Transform. Make that properly 90, please. Okay. What are we doing here? Whoa. Yeah, that's kind of not generous. That's a little... Yeah, I want a better collision thing here. That. So right now what I'm going to do is just make a box. And adjust this to be more or less good. See, there are definitely issues with that. Like if you hit him over in these corners, like that's totally douchey. You shouldn't be able to be hit from there. But we'll give this a shot. So area entered. And let's call this a hitbox. Area entered. hitbox area entered. But first, let's define what can actually enter that. So it is going to be able to be hit by bullets. Yes. And it is going to be... We need to actually make a new layer here. Oops. Enemy plane. Layer 5. Doink. So I also need to go over and update my tracer bullets. What they can collide with. So they can also collide instead of the plane, they can't this will be the player plane, they collide with enemy planes. And they should probably collide with bullets as well. Yeah, they should collide with bullets. Like that'd be cool like if you're shooting at we'll see if that is cool or not. Can't collide with the arena barrier. It can't collide with the plane because that would essentially be yourself. I know we actually we coded in some stuff here. If the hitbox owner is area get parent, if you're the owner. So now, like, I'm actually gonna put a little note here and remove this logic. It's handled by collision layers. I mean, it doesn't really harm anything to have that in there or not, but meh. So let us say whenever the enemy is hit, plane is equal to area get parent, and then output string, because we're going to print this, it's going to be hit enemy plane, and then global dbprint output string. Excuse me. Let's export this and see what happens. I want to be able to shoot and be shot the American way. Close. Oh, wait. Nope. Not ready yet. We need to refactor it in first. Cool. This is some interesting Pokemon song here. What do you got? What are you doing? Route 3 by Mikkel. Cool. Start it up with Flash. And I'm going to refresh over here on the iPad as well. Fly around so I can have someone to shoot at. Okay. It should be like right behind me now. Oh, bullets can hit themselves. Plane added to arena. Hit enemy. It says hit enemy. There we go. That's weird. That's really weird, like how it's... Okay, so clearly bullets can't hit bullets because they're hitting bullets. Oh, I know what I did. What happens whenever you shoot a tracer round, so you avoid it makes its size, that's not the actual thing. Hitbox scale, it makes its size basically its entire velocity. So it can't like phase through anything by missing it. So I need to adjust the tracer round hitbox here so it can't it doesn't interact with other bullets. because it will just interact with other bullets as it's being shot, and it's basically just a mess. I need to export this. Redo it again. The iteration of this is kind of slow. That's kind of a bummer. And it's going to be even a little bit slower as I'm doing it online. Like once we've actually properly deployed. But I think we've got a pretty decent workflow. I don't think it should be like factors of n longer. All right. So there's our enemy. And yeah, shooting the bejesus out of him. Wait. Yeah, hit enemy. Node there. And then he's going to go through the portal. Doop. So I had to chase him through the portal. Awesome. Okay. I'm excited. So you can dive. Can you dive here? I need to stop letting this 8-bit do SN30 Pro just crash the way it does. Okay, so if I move down, oh yeah, I moved down. That's weird because I'm not seeing the other guy. Oh wait, no, I am. Never mind. I'm looking on the iPad and I just wasn't seeing anything. So this is a bit confusing. So I'm gonna need like a HUD or something. Yeah, I'm gonna want like a yeah, we have the player HUD here. Where is that gonna be? So what I need to do is move this to its own own scene. No, not make scene. Reparent. Where are you? Save branch as scene. There we go. In scenes, blah 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 blah. We want HUD. 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 All right. Awesome. And scenes plain HUD. I need to move that. Okay, so I'm going to save this because this is probably going to crash the bajonk out of it. Plain HUD needs to go over to here. Yes, that's fine. This scene, scenes HUD HUD. Oh, sweet, lit, awesome, cool. I'm gonna run this and see if it crashes, and I'm gonna run it locally because I can do that because I'm a nice boy. Okay. Awesome, 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 awesome. Where is okay? Draw. This is what draws the crosshair. Also, why do I have this weird wonky white space? Weird and wonky. Let's see. We have that. That's nice. What we need is a mini map. So let's go to 2D mode. I do kind of want to scale up the text as the HUD is scaled. I think that would be important. So what this needs to do is be the full, it really needs to be the full rectangle. Container sizing, fill and expand, fill and expand. And this will fill and expand there. So what I want to do is once this is ready, print, oh, sweet, Final Fantasy X-2 music is playing. I I just typed Final Fantasy X too. Let's see, size? Yeah, I want to see the size of this. 0, 0. Okay, yeah, that's not right. So what we need to do is make that size equal to the viewport size. And I was already grabbing that anyway, so that's awesome. And what I can do is just make that this size here. Nope, nope, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. What are we, 1920? Oh my, wrong button, 1024 or something. $1280 by 720. What resolution? 1152 by 648. That's a weird resolution. Not the first thing I would pick. So we are going to have. Wait a minute. Why isn't this just a scene root? Yeah, I don't need this. Yeah, it can just be the bare control node. And that's actually probably going to make full right? Yeah. What a dumb person I am. I'm not dumb, I just go too fast and don't think about stuff. We have the control here, so what I want is a mini-map. How do I make a mini-map? I don't really know. So I'm going to need a node 3D. I mean, node 2D. And it has to live somewhere at the bottom right corner of the screen. So I'm going to need the control node here to have... for the meantime, I'm just going to set this programmatically instead of letting controls do their thing that they're supposed to do, which is put stuff places in nice places. I would like to control you. Minimap. Minimap. This is going to need a circle. Texture. How do we want to go about doing that? Polygon 2D? Yeah, we want a polygon. Awesome. What data are we going to have? We're going to have polygon vector 2, add element. Dude, awesome. Sick. That's the worst polygon I ever saw. Whoops. I grabbed the wrong thing. You over here, we're going to essentially make a hexagon because hexagons are the bestagons. Yeah. Yeah. A hexagon is the bestagon until I can make this a regular thing. Like with a circle. Actually, why doesn't it just have a circle? I bet you have a circle. Circle? It'll be 2D. One circle. Mesh instance 2D. Mesh. Cylinder mesh? Get out of here, bestagon. Ten. Radial segments. 64 is fine, but it only needs 2 rings. And it needs to... No, not rotate that way. It needs to rotate The other way. Okay, fine, then be a sphere. Uh, 10 and 20. We have a circle. And it was dumb getting there. But the scale can be big. So we'll give that a scale of 10 and radius of 10. And I'm going to put a sprite on here. And I'm going to give it the regular Godot icon. Except I'm going to make it tiny. 0.1. You're a ickle guy. So the sprite, I'm going to put it over here at the extent just to kind of see like what the far reach it can be is. And it's 100. Okay. That's good for scaling. Awesome. Minimap. Let's do this. We need to add an enemy function. Add enemy. What we're going to do here is make a new sprite. Sprite 2D. And sprite texture is going to be equal to a enemy texture. And on load, I'm going to make this func ready void. Enemy texture will be load the standard icon SVG. Coolio. This is the Calmlands themes, I think, on Spotify here. La 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 la. What am I doing? What do I want to do? I want var enemy sprites. I need a list. Actually, enemy sprite map. And this function is going to need to be it will need to take an enemy argument. So we'll have a sprite, and the sprite 2D new the texture is going to be equal to the enemy texture, and sprite we're going to modulate. We're going to turn it red, so we can denote it as an enemy. And the sprite for player, call this player sprite. I need to do some Z indexing here. So ordering for the background is going to be -2. And for the player sprite, that's going to be -1. So whenever I'm here, it looks normal, but this is just ensuring that this mesh is always behind and that I'm always behind so that players can appear on top of me. Giggity. The sprite will be modulated. That's great. And then we're going to add child sprite. And we're going to set enemy sprite map enemy to be equal to that sprite. And then set enemy position for p enemy and p and position. No, wait. I can't have it just be p regular position because that would be shadowing the mini-map's position itself. And I don't want to do that. That's confusing, and I want to be as unconfused as possible whenever I'm making my own game. Oop. Water. All right, so what I need to do is find the sprite from enemy sprite map. Sprite. Actually, wait. Enemy. So what we need to do is calculate the position. So we need a map position. Vector 2. And that's going to be P position X and P position Y. Because we don't care about P position P position Z. We don't care about P position Y because this is going to be a top-down view. And that means I need to see how big this place is. I know it's like 500 or something. So what I'm going to do is make another marker 3D, and I'm going to move it to the very edge of this arena space. Pardon me. Transform is -4 hundo. So this is 400. Okay. Easy. So whenever I was checking out the minimap, I moved this sprite all the way over to the side, and it was at 100 there. So I just need to divide this by 4. Divided by 4. Divided by 4. Sprite position is going to equal map position. Awesome. So I need to be able to access this from some main enemy interpreting script. So what I want to do is go to global minimap is going to be equal to self. So in global, we need minimap. Just we're passing things around. This is a little hacky, but so am I. On main here, whenever we have a new plane, we need global minimap add plane. Where are you at? Add enemy. And we're going to call that enemy plane. Actually, what are we going to call that? We're going to call that the enemy UUID. Yes. And then we're going to update player positions. Position dict, position arrays, new position. Yeah. So in global minimap, we're going to set enemy position. Where did I just go? Okay. Set enemy position, UUID, new position. Awesome. So what I would like to see here is this just work. But first, let me make sure we have a minimap. No 2D can't be assigned to a type of control. Oh, it's because I changed the HUD from a control to from a no 2D to a control. So should just need to do that. The minimap now is going to be in the wrong place. Yes. Invalid assignment of property text, blah, 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 blah. What? What are we mad at? Thrust, string thrust. Oh. Yeah. These paths are now wrong. Because I had taken out that control there. Alright, so we have a mini map, and first things first, it is really hard to see anything behind you there. So I'm going to modulate that. How do I do that if it's Mesh 2D? Texture? Ooh, ah. Where's modulate? Modulate. Visibility. Yeah. Okay, and I want to make it like kind of like dark gray, so it looks like the same color as that. But it shouldn't be that color whenever we're actually flying around. Let's put a little bit of color on it. I kind of like just dark blue. Dark blue is like sick. Dark blue is like sick. Dark blue is like sick. Dark blue is sick. Anyway. Well, this looks stupid whenever I change this size. Yes. Yeah, because right now it's in the middle. So I need to put that in a proper place. And it needs to scale. So how big is it? Mesh instance. How big are you? So that's kind of the issue there, because it's I haven't really designed it to scale. What do I have to do here? Radius. I think we need like a minimum size. I don't know. Because Minimap isn't scaled itself. It's just the mesh instance beneath that. So I'm going to take a look at the transform. Yeah, it's not scaled. We're 1-to-1. That's good. That's real good. So what I need to do is get the viewport rectangle size and size X. How many of these are there? How many would there be if I moved it across? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's just say it's a fifth. Roundabout. VP size X divided by 5. Minimap. Minimap. Minimap is equal to minimap. And minimap scale is equal to map scale is going to be VP size X divided by 5. And that scale is going to be equal to vector 2 map scale. Map scale. Dude, I'm so good at programming. Watcha. Yeah, and so whenever this changes, this should move. But now it also has to live somewhere. Minimap position. Wait, that can't be right. That's not gonna be right. Let's see what happens. This is gonna be way too big. Or yeah, it's huge. Okay. So what do? We had to break out a calculator like an idiot. What is our size X that we're starting with? It is 1152. 1152 divided by 5. 230. Divided by 230. Let's say 250. 0.0. So we can get those non-removing integers there. Let's see what happens. Now it's way too big still. 350. Or wait, does it have to be smaller? To hell with the whole science of it all. Let's try 550. I tried to do math and I got busted. That's... Sometimes you just get busted. Wait a minute. Oh, shut up. Because I designed it for 1152, it had to be divided by 1152. You know... Yeah, that's the size that I want. Whatever. And that position is... What is our position now? 903 by 475. 900 by 475. I just like to round these to something smart. Base map offset is going to be vector 2 900 475, and then minimap position is going to be equal to base map offset times map scale. You might have to divide it by that. I don't know. But we're going to find out. Right? Right? It's actually a little bit like too far inland. So I don't know. Minimap, I want you to move a little. Yeah, click on that one. 900, 950. Oh. Duh. This is Final Fantasy 13 music. 975, 475. 975 by 475. Let's try that. That one looks a little bit better. 975 by 475. Let's see if we have a good medium. Yep. Oh, we do. It's kind of hard to see, but that's fine. I would like to put a ring around it, but you know, that's something for the polishing phase. That means we need to try exporting this, right? Amazing. Export it. Export project as the Aeroplano. Close this. Refactor it. Run it. Okay. Do we have... Oh, refresh please. iPad, if you don't understand what my finger is one more time... Okay, we have a little mini map there, and it's looking cute, and a little too low, if I'm being quite honest. But I need to turn on my... Okay, that's too big. But it's kind of moving. Okay. Now I'm going to fly to the right a little bit. And we are flying to the right a little bit. All right. The problem here being now, I'm in the wrong spot. So that's cool, but it mostly looks okay. Let's take a look. Whenever we make something in the mini map, it is the wrong size. So what size is the player sprite? Player sprite is, where is transform? 0.1. So sprite scale is equal to 0.1. Oh, nope, can't be that. That has to be a vector 2. Vector 2. I wish you could do a vector 2 or a vector 3, that for that matter, just from a single float. There's no reason why you shouldn't, that I am aware of. Shouldn't be able to. Sprite scale, so that is, we need to change the player sprite position. Func set player position, p position. Oh. There we go. Player sprite position is equal to map position, baby. So now we need to be actually setting this from airplane whenever it moves. Minimap global position, except global minimap. Oh, you stupid auto-correcting. Whatever. Cool. Awesome. Fine. Great. So I should be able to test that from here without having to break anything. Yeah. You kind of see me rolling and hating. I want to make sure I can get all the way over to the edge. So everything lines up correctly. Boink. Awesome. Awesome. Sawsome. I love it. So I'm going to export this now and make sure that it looks good on multiplayer. Export. Yes. Close. Refactor. Run. Refresh. Refresh. So the problem is F5 isn't being captured. Okay, so now I can see where everything is at any given time. Yeah, he's right there. Hit enemy, hit enemy. So I also, if I am thrusted up to 50 and he's not, I should be able to catch him. Yeah, so if I just chase him, yeah, I'm not catching him. So that means thrust isn't really doing anything, which is not great. We want to be thrusting, giggity. Yeah. Vroom. It's pretty neato. All right, so I need to be able to kill those things, kill the enemies, but that means I need to have health on the plane. So is there a health quotient? Yes. Are we printing it out? Thrust, position, lift, drag, fuel? No. Let's go ahead and make a health label. Health. Oh, Octane 2. Hey, how you doing? This is like my third stream ever, so I've just been yapping to no one. Welcome in. I'm making an aerial dogfighting game in Godot. Yeah, doing pretty good. Like I said, it's my first. It's actually my third stream, working on this. So I'm still kind of in the teasing phase, but still meeting new people, and having a good time. Let me drop a
オクタン
follow to the first.
_2 さん
Hey,
は
look at
ここにい
that.
ます。
Thank you so much. Um, uh, a friend of mine actually, I can give him a shout out, Booyah Grandma. Shout out to Booyah. He has been doing a lot of. Oh, I am shouting out someone who doesn't exist. Copy current address. There we go. He's been doing a lot of game dev, and I've been watching him, and he's kind of got me into wanting to try this out. Are you in game dev as well? I know a lot of the followers came from kind of that area. Let's see. So we are looking for health to print out here. There he goes. Awesome. Full stack dev, but never tried game dev. That's awesome. I do a little bit of full stack dev stuff myself. This is well, minus the front end here. So this is a multiplayer game that I'm putting together that actually uses a Flask web server, and some WebSocket stuff. So that old asynchronous stack here serves the game, and a WebSocket handles all of the back end stuff here. So that was websites and web dev was kind of like the first thing I was really majorly doing professionally, but it just kind of translated pretty well into game dev. There we go. Oh yeah, so I need to add health to my airplane here. So is that what I'm missing here? Yeah, the health label. So I don't have that declared here. Health label is going to be a label. Hey yo, what up, J Ham? Is that who I think it is? Is that the captain?
JHAM66 さんはここにいます。
No? Oh my gosh. Okay. So, well, welcome. Right now, I'm here with Octane, and we're putting together a cool little aerial dogfighting game. That follow sound? Hey, I'm Duolingoing some Japanese. I also thank you for reminding me because I forgot that makes noise. I am not monitoring that, so at first, like whenever I got like a couple followers, I had no idea, because I couldn't hear it. Okay. Oh yeah, you loved. So I'm heavily inspired by the Sly Cooper 3 dogfighting, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where I would just spawn the jet and just drive it through trees. Yeah, so it was like kind of arena based, and you could fly around and just shoot people, and it was awesome. So that's basically what I'm doing here, and we got a pretty good thing going on here. So let me just finish this up, and I can kind of do a little demo. Now this is gonna look scuffed because you're just a little symbol of Christianity flying around. But we've got all of these things that you can fly around. You've got obstacles, and what I'm doing right now is getting the actual multiplayer aspect of it to work. Um, it's a little crunchy, but my health is at 0, so my uh, health should be 100. Let's see. Why did that health go to 0? Because that should be 100. Is that 100? Oh, I'm shooting myself. That's why. So far, so good. Let's see. Yeah. So right now we're at the part where the planes can have health and stuff like that, and you can fly around triggering it. But on the hitbox area entered. Yes. Yeah. It's there. We're at that level of the game where you can start to take damage and do other stuff like that, but you're also at the level of complexity where it's like, okay, why am I shooting myself? I have no clue. All right, so we're on the plane layer, and we can be hit by bullets. No, so we shouldn't be able to be hit by bullets because of reasons. Our bullets can hit enemies, but we are not an enemy. Projectiles too slow. Oh, no, these things are like. I set the velocity to 20. These things are going pretty quick. They're cooking. Look at that. So where's that? Let's aim at that guy over there. He hit him pretty quick. Actually, I was thinking of getting a new PC to start 3D and game dev using Blender and Unity, and I can actually use a little help to confirm if the parts I choose are good or no. So I'm willing to bet the parts that you picked are just fine. So, yeah, you like depending on what you're kind of like getting into doing game dev wise, like I mean, I'm just doing everything with cubes, so like this little manta ray looking guy. Blender, I mean, you can make simple assets, and Unity or Godot can handle like simple games, and you can do that on a laptop, like simple enough. So you don't really need like crazy parts. If you're looking to do like really high fidelity stuff, I mean, you get in that just kind of becomes a exponentially long time spent on something. You know what I'm saying? So I like to say that way lies madness in terms of trying to make something look super good in AAA. I mean, you can kind of get away with like using some off-the-shelf assets with that, but it's just so much more work for like. I always say just make a fun low fidelity game until like someone notices that, and then they'll hire a whole studio for you to make the AAA stuff. So yeah, so like I'm sure whatever you've got, you can absolutely make work. Okay, so I just ran my refactor. I don't know if I ran my refactor run. Well, I can actually check to see if my refactor worked. Refresh this web page. Yes, so I have health, and if I shoot, I shouldn't kill myself. There we go. All right, yes, and we have that little message readout. I've been given the UUID from the WebSocket server. Awesome. So let me fire this up on my iPad and refresh it and see if I can hop in. So I've got my little guy on the mini map flying around. He's in blue, so there should be a red guy popping up. There he is. Alrighty. So if I turn around, I should be able to see him there. And I'm just controlling this from another laptop over here. Oi. Oh, you dog. I have the rinkiest of dinkiest little controllers. Okay, there we go. We're flying back. And we're in a flat spin. That's not great. There we go. Oh, yeah, because my thrust is completely turned off on the other thing. Oh, yeah, and we have a little thing when... is that a pelican? No, whenever... Whenever you fly too close to the edge, I just basically did the ATV off-road fury method of uh, bounding boxes. A little idea you chose for the uh, 12700K, 12 core, 32 RAM, and RT. Yeah, you have a way higher fidelity computer than I have. I don't think you'd have any problem um, uh, doing game dev stuff with that. If honestly, I like making more low fidelity stuff because I think it's just like a little bit more interesting in terms of um, like working within limitations. And I know not everyone is gonna have like a super like rad machine. Um, yeah, like what Jay I'm saying is like yeah, you're more than set up with that. Like I think like what am I even using? Uh, about this PC? No, you. Oh, did you see that? I had about this PC ready, and then like I think I've got like an old 7th gen. Dream is to make a game with PS2 graphics, but with a lot of content. Yeah, dude, you have more than enough to do what you're looking at. So now I need to be able to shoot other people. So I can shoot those, and it can register as being hit. So that's what the enemy needs to do. So the enemy can get hit. So we hit enemy plane, and the plane is. Oh no! What this is the bullet object. Actually, I should call it hit by because it was what we were hit by. So whenever the hitbox hits this hitbox hits the hurt box, whatever it is, you have to find out what that was. So the hitbox was hit by a bullet. And the plane is self. So hit enemy self, because this is, we're in the enemy script. So what we need to do is communicate with the server that there has been a hit. And what we do there is we have our socket interpreter here. Actually, we have our this function where we send a message to the server. And that's simple enough. What we just need is the message that it's going to send. So if that is right, we need a message. So message is equal to, it needs to send a command. And that command is player hit. So what else do we need? We need the player identifier is going to equal whatever our UUID is. Okay, so this is our identifier, our unique universal identifier. And this is actually given to us by the server. The server hands these out. And we hand it back whenever we say, this player's been hit. So that the server can be like, okay, well, whatever health that guy had, he needs to take a hit. He needs to take a deprecation to that. Now, this isn't being given to that. This happens whenever the plane is made. Make enemy plane. Make enemy plane with the UUID. This is passed actually from the server. So our enemy plane is here. We add that to the arena, and we print that to the debugger so I can see that it's been made. And enemy plane UUID is going to be equal to UUID. Also, since I changed the name of this, I need to change it over here. Gravy. Okay, so this has the UUID. It's going to need a couple more things, but I'll cross that bridge whenever I come to it. So this message has a command and a player ID. And that command is player's been hit, and that's the ID. So this is going to be a mobile game or no? I think it's just going to be a web-based game. It could be a mobile game, but right now it's just going to be web-based. So I'm going to do a later stream where that's actually set up. Like you can just go to www.dogfightgame.com and you could log in, kind of like an itch.io game, like Slither.io or one of those guys, and you would log in probably with Twitch because you know, some simple authentication there. But I would like it to just be a big King of the Hill battle royale sort of thing where anyone can log in and play, and like have bigplane.io. Yeah, something like that. So we need to send message to server. Oh yeah. Socket. Send message to server. Message. And this is going to be in global. I actually need to add that there. Woo! Global socket is equal to self. So I am the global socket, essentially is what that's saying. All right, so that will get sent over to the server, which is a completely different freaking program. And I'll be playing that Satisfactory IO. I saw that you were playing that. I have that, I think. Steam. Yeah, I have that. I don't know if I picked it up. Let's see. So what was this is where we say that a player's been hit. So case where are we at? What did I call that? I already forgot. Player hit. Okay. Cool. Case player hit. And player UID is going to be equal to that data get player UUID. Right? Go back to the other one. What's it called? Player UUID. Lit. Okay. So what I need to do here is we have the game data and we have the server data. So I need to take this from the list of clients over here and grab that client class. So it has a UUID and it has a position. Well, now it can have health. And that health is going to be equal to 100 to start off with. And let's see. Some other things that this is going to need. Username. This is fun. Like I've been having a good time doing this. I mean, I can't shut up like in my main life, so like I'm just yapping. I just yap 24/7. Like I was here for like 2 hours. I don't think there were anyone watching, but I mean I'll upload it to the VOD and stuff like that. So like if someone really wants to know how to do this, like they can go in and play. And it's like I'm not doing anything else. So how do I get that connected client? So we have the connected. We have our client list, right? Where is our client list? Self clients, connected clients. We can get it either by that. Yeah. It's and like I said, it gets to the point like I've been doing a lot of game dev stuff, and making things and like stuff I'm excited about. But let's say I make like the best game on the face of the earth, and then I release it, and it's like, who cares? Because like who knows that I've been working on a thing? It's like, hey, none of that really matters. Like if it just gets released to no one. I mean, yeah, it can be friends will check it out and they'll share it, but like I would like to have a little bit of a, see if there's groundswell about it, see if people are interested. Drink some of my water. And if they are, I can also see like what are they working on? What is this comparable to? Client object is going to be this sucks. So client is going to be, so I have all of my clients, right? They're all here. Known clients, connected clients. That's stupid. Why would I have those? Yeah, community is big. Best game on earth. Crysis 2. Oh my god. Coming off of that was like Avatar 2. Might as well have been whenever that came out, cuz Crysis was like just a meme for like it was a meme that had nothing to do with the actual gameplay. Like it wasn't press F to pay respects kind of memes or anything like that. Yeah, it was just, this game is gonna be really hard for people to play. It's like, and I think the first Crysis is still hard for people to play. Like, they haven't bothered to like port it well. Crysis 2 was great. I really like Crysis and Crysis 2. I haven't played Crysis 3. You got me just yapping. So connected clients, values. Connected client for a client in connected. Oh wait, I have to do it for self connected. Like those games, goofy as hell but fun. I could definitely go for like goofy, like connected clients. Like that was like the kind of goofy that like snuck up on you too, especially in the first one, because it was essentially Predator, but you were the Predator. And there were other aliens too. Yeah, the good kind of goofy. Wait a minute, is Crysis just the best Predator game? Because there are the Atari Alien versus Predator games, and there was probably like a Predators movie tie-in game, but I don't know if there's any. You might be onto something there. Okay, so what blew my mind was whenever someone explained that Event Horizon was an unofficial Warhammer 40K movie, just because of all of the things that like coincide with I can't type and talk at the same time. I'm so bad at that. It's essentially just the first. It's like an unofficial prequel to Warhammer 40K, where the Event Horizon was a ship that entered the warp inadvertently, and it came back with chaos mutants and stuff. All right, if client UUID is equal to player UUID, client object is equal to client, and we can break. If that's pretty good. Yeah, I was it made me really want to rewatch that movie. Because that was another meme thing too. It's like, do you see? I love Sam Neill just freaking out at the end of that movie. And I really like the chair that Lawrence Fishburne sits in the captain. Uh, Event Horizon. That was done by the guy who did all Resident Evil movies and is married to Mila Jovovich. Look at he's like a straight up fetus. Dude, where did this poster come from? Yeah, it's just. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, it's grody. Ugh. Probably can't even show this on Twitch. Okay, so if there's if there's a client object, okay. We need to figure out how much damage is being taken. So, client object health minus equals 10. If client object health is lower than 0, less than or equal to 0, then that client has to die. So, how do we do that? We have to get our connected list the same way that we do here. Client list is all authenticated clients. And then we have to say player is died. Okay. Yeah. Return. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. Return player killed. Player is going to equal player UUID. Actually, yeah. Okay. Right? Right. Yeah, so what this is going to do is we get that UUID and we search over all of our clients and find the one that has that UUID. And if we find it, we subtract its health by 10. And if the health is lower than or equal to 0, then that client list we send out to everyone, hey, this person's died. So awesome. We need that accept that from the game side of stuff. So if we get a command in called player killed, well, that UUID is going to be equal to player's UUID, and then we're going to say what the heck on player killed and pass that UUID to it. So that could go a couple different ways. Over in main, we need to have that function now. Function on player killed, player UUID. So that can go a couple different ways. If that UUID is our UUID, that means we die. If it's a enemy's UUID, that means we have to essentially subtract the player from the game. So this is where everything is going to break. If player UUID is equal to our UUID, and that's something that we need to put in global. Pardon me. Global player UUID. We die. Else. Enemy map. Enemy plane map. Because all the keys are UUIDs. Enemy is equal to enemy plane map PUID. There's just so much typing to do. Enemy. What would we do? We Q free that. Enemy. Get killed. Whatever. You don't say. Yeah. Yeah, so the enemy now needs a function called get killed. And what we're gonna do there, we have to do a little bit of cleaning up. So on the mini map, we need to remove the sprite. Remove player. Move enemy sprite, actually. And I actually have to change these. So P enemy is actually going to be P enemy UUID, just so I know what the heck I'm talking about. And I basically do the same thing here. Enemy sprite map, that one, Q free. And Q free is just what gets rid of the thing. It says free it, but Q it to be freed, so it doesn't free it automatically. Move enemy sprite, so enemy has to call that. And the minimap, remove enemy sprite, RUUID. Easy squeezy. And then we Q ourselves free. And we print out that someone has died. So the string, output string, is going to be player killed self. Awesome. This is not going to work the first time. This is going to be a hot, dirty diaper. I know it is, because there's just going to be so many little things that it wants to do. That it wants to get wrong here. So I'm going to just crash and burn through it like a boss. I'm going to run that. I'm going to close the server that's running the multiplayer server. I'm going to run this program which puts all the files in the right place and restart the server. I'm going to log in on my iPad with Flash. Okay, so it's serving the files there. It should be authenticating in a sec. Right. Really slow over the Wi-Fi. I didn't see it authenticate, which is not the most rad thing I've ever heard. Why didn't you authenticate, though? What up with that, dog? Can I pet that dog? Let me refresh. So when I refresh here, do we authenticate? We're not authenticating. Something happened. Yeah, something's up. We've got an error here. That ain't a dog, sweetie. Can I pet that dog? Can I? We're not printing something out correctly. Case player hit. No, that's incorrect. So what it's trying to do, there's an error here. And it's not telling me there's an error. It's like failing quietly, which is the worst way to fail. You need to explode if you're going to be code and break. That is, because otherwise you just can't find anything. I bet it's this line here. If I change this to none and then rerun it, I bet it'll work. Oh, balls. I don't need to do that. It's probably fine. Here, let me refresh. Okay, it's loading up. I want to see it authenticate here. Man, this is really slow over the Wi-Fi from the iPad. Gives me time to quench my thirst. You turd. You didn't authenticate again. Well, in this case, we need to build it. We need to do the Python debugger. Here, run a debug. Yeah. What do you got for me? Uncaught exception, raise exceptions? And user uncaught exceptions? What's wrong? Oi. Don't just work and then not work whenever you're running, you turd. So here's the thing. If I completely comment this out and it works, what do we do? Let's see. Go back down here. Indentation. Indentation. Ugh. Screw this. It just has to... I need to figure out why that's not working. So, I need to do kind of like a rug pull in terms of this is confusing. I need to get rid of that. Client object is none. If client object. Okay, great. Awesome. Whatever. If cases player hit. That's nice. Run. Run yourself. Break yourself. Fool. If I run here, do you authenticate? You're not authenticating. Why are you not connecting to my screen? My server. What all did we change? We didn't change much. We just changed this line here, which shouldn't even be happening now. So, but what I'm going to do is just get rid of it for a second and see if it really is within that as the issue. Because if I run this and it works now, then I know that it is within that, you know, chunk of code. Okay. I don't believe it's within that chunk of code. So where the heck is it? You are confusing. You are confusing me. Here, let me turn on my... Oh, I didn't restart the server. Of course everyone's freaking out. Yeah. Pop. Just yapping. So, I'm turning this on my iPad and there should be someone popping in, but they're just not. I wonder if that means... Oh, are you kidding? Is there an error over here that I just wasn't checking? Yeah. Balls. I forgot to put that in there. Okay. Oops. I checked everything but the right thing. So... One of the biggest... 200 IQ. Yeah, he's a real smart guy. You should see this dude. He's over there, like, chewing on the cinder blocks, propped up his, you know, single wide trailer at his mom's house. He does septic. Or at least, you know, that's what we sell him he does. What do I... Oh, yeah. I've exported. Now I have to stop the server, send the files to the server, restart the server, and then press, no, not that. HTTPS 10.30.1.21 forward port 5000. Yeah, no. Leg end. That's me. Wait. It didn't work again. Why didn't it work again? I'm gonna freak out. Is there another problem here? Oi, why are you doing this? Why are you just running in ad infinitum? Oi. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. Oh, this is like Mondo frozen? It's learning. No, I don't want that over there. Oh, you turd. Yeah, we have another thing. Another error. Global socket is equal to self. Type of node. Global socket. Oh. Oh. You. I have no one to blame but myself. Socket. Yep. 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 All of these things. All of these things I have done to myself. It actually shouldn't be called UUID. It should be called player UUID. Yeah, it's learning, Octane. Not me. I should be the one learning. Instead, I remain stupid. What do we got here? Who is that? Is that like Sanji-san? Who out there? Player UUID. I should be getting, yeah, client UUID. Whenever I get authentication, client UUID. Ah, yeah. Global player UUID is going to be equal to this UUID. Awesome. So I need to find all of the places where that's being used. Okay. So that shouldn't ever happen. I say it should never happen, but it will. Global not declared in the current scope. I will. Oh, it should be capitalized. This is rough. 3 hours in is where it starts to get rough. Like rut-row raggy kind of stuff. We're loaded. We're connected. Awesome. It didn't work. It just didn't crash. So let's see if it works. Export the thing as airplane.html. Awesome. Close that. Stop the server because it ain't doing nothing. Move the files to the server. Start the server. Go over to this page. HTTP not found airplane. Where you go? Well, that's the wrong address. So, of course, it didn't go to the right place. HTTPS / zaboomafoo.com. Yeah, it's fine. It's great. Oogity boogity. Are we connected? Hey, we've been given a UUID from the WebSocket server. That's lit. Alright, so now I'm refreshing it over on the iPad. So I need to be able to fly around once it loads. And there he is. Okay. So I can shoot. It says I hit the enemy. Oh, he disappeared. Player killed. I killed it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I killed it. Holy free holays. Alright. But yeah, he D. He D. I shot him out of sky. That's awesome. So now what? Alright. So over on the iPad, yeah. My KD ratio is like stellar. But there's a little bit more to it that happens. He just kind of disappeared, and over on my iPad, he's still, bless his heart, I shadow banned him because he's still flying around over there. So if whenever, yeah, we have to, this needs to all be handled in a different place. But yeah, so if the UUID of the player that was killed is equal to our UUID, that means we die. So we need a, doesn't even know he's dead yet. Oh yeah. You know, that might be the most peaceful way to go. It's just like you're reliving the last moment of your life. Unless you got sat on by like a bus, then you'd be reliving that. And that's just like, I wouldn't not do that. The last moment of your life was pizza. So like, you'd have to have like an awesome way to go out. Like a trampoline of, I don't know how I really want my channel to be in terms of vulgarity, but I could think of some cool ways to go out that I would like to relive. What are we doing? UUID. We need a death screen. That's what we need. 2D. All right. So let's go over and make a new scene called Great New Folder. I got you, dog. Yeah, you got me. You got my back. Like chiroprac. Dead screen. Okay. So what we needs to do is make a cool little scene whenever the player dies. So create new scene, 2D one. Player dead screen. So I'm thinking something tasteful, subtle, demure, label. And I'm thinking, you died, idiot. There you go. How about we make it a little bit bigger? How about we make the controls to make things a little bit bigger? Demure. Oh yeah. I find the word demure is very gross whenever you say it like a, I don't know, a cigarette-addled trucker. Where the heck is scale? Layout, transform, scale. That's stupid. This game's stupid. 15? Okay, that's a little big. How about 10? What is that? Why am I? You died, idiot. Yeah, we'll have it like Rocky. Okay. And I want there sound like an old receptionist who smoked and called everyone hun. Hun, I think you're looking for the wrong place. Are you going up to meet another one of your call girlfriends? Because why don't you just settle down and get a nice girl? Now I sound like some old, decrepit Jewish woman from the Bronx. Where the heck is rectangle? Rect. It's called rect. Colored rect. All right, so we're going to have a color rect behind everything. And we're going to make it brown. The color of failure. I want to walk back everything I just said about the color brown and how it's a failure color. But this will be what you see when you cooked. So you died, idiot. All right, so what happens here whenever player dies is let's just make sure that we're calling this correctly. So our dead screen is going to be, we're going to have to load that dead screen. Doink. Dead screen is going to be an instance. Wait, what the heck do you call it? Instantiate. And add child. Dead screen. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to export this bad boy. right? Yeah. I don't know if that's a bad idea or not yet. This shouldn't be the time I start thinking about the future. I should have done that a while ago. I'm gonna run it. Reload it on the pad. Alright, so what I'm gonna try and do is... Okay, shoot him from the iPad one. Alright, where am I? Hello? Am I in America? Oh. Balls. I wasn't running it from the actual thingy. Okay. There I am. I popped in. Let me try and shoot him. I'm just dumping bullets at him. Oh, it says player killed. Oi. What happened? I killed the player. But nothing popped up. That's kind of lame. So, what we need to do here then is find out why that player dead screen didn't just pop up. You died, idiot. It's a little aggressive, but it's not untrue. So, I'm going to add this here. You died, idiot. Where would that have to go? Yeah, we want to add it to the very bottom, right? And visibility ordering, the z-index needs to be kind of high. Yeah, let's put a z-index 5. Okay, player dead screen, we add as a child. And I want to be able to print this as well. So add child dead screen and global db print player has been killed. All right, so I can remove that player dead screen because I don't need it yet. It's being loaded here. Player dead resource and var dead screen is equal to dead screen resource instantiate. This is just a little bit to make my life a little bit easier. Let's see. Hooba stank. What do I gotta do here? On player killed. I just have to crash and burn a little bit. Export project. Yeah. I wish I could speed up this process a little bit more, but I suppose it's better than what I was doing before that, so. Alright, iPad is loading up. And I will refresh here. Alright, so let's see if I can... There he is over there. That's another thing I need to do is... Ah! Okay. There you go. We've been killed. Let's see. How do we do this? Gosh, this is gonna be... There's just gonna be so much to this. So the scaling is off, because... Yeah, so it's designed around like a really silly resolution. So that's what we need to do is update that. So this needs a script that runs. All right, so whenever it is ready, so basically whenever this scene is created, this dead scene, We need to get the size of the window. So what that is get viewport rectangle and then the size. So variable VP size is going to be get viewport rectangle size. And then what we'll do is we should have a variable called size. Actually, do we? No, color rectangle. That's what that's called. So rectangle. So what this actually needs to be is instead of a node 2D, because it's going to be centered and all that crap, is going to be a control. So control. Yeah. And then this is not going to be a node 2D. It's going to be a control. And we have to set this to be full screen, the full rect. Yeah. And then this should inherit its size. Yeah, mode. Yeah, is inherited, anchors, full rectangle. Yeah, so now whenever I load that up, it should only be that size. Now, what I need to do is have a center container. So what this should do, actually I need to set it up again. The anchors, full rectangle. There we go. And then put the label in the center there. So it will just center the label. And instead of scaling it up all goofy, I'm going to change the font. Where are the font size? Inputs, theme? No? Font variation? Theme overrides? Fonts? Yeah. No, I don't want that. I just want to change the font size. Make it bigger. Font size? Oh, font size. There we go. It's down there. Font size. Now let's make it really tiny. And then make it huge. I would like to... Whoa! There we go. All right, so 142. Yeah. All right. I also think idiot is a bit rude, but... Dong. And center justified. Nice. You died, ding dong. So that should always be centered. Okay. So now we need to basically stop the plane from moving. So let's just give it another function here called get killed. So we're in the airplane now. So what is going to happen here is we have all these variables and stuff. Dead. There's going to be a Boolean value of false. So you default to not dead. So whenever you get killed, dead is going to be equal to true. Easy. So what we can do is with all of this stuff, like for the inputs, handling inputs and whatever, if dead, return. Don't do it. Don't do any of this if you're dead. And velocity is going to be equal to 0. 0. Okay. So that should allow the player to just be D. You just get cooked. So where is that? In main where is it? Yeah. So global player plane get killed. So we need to add, because this broke the game last time, we need the player plane. this is basically just a list of things that we can access from anywhere. So the mini map, our UUID, and the plane, stuff like that. So the player plane needs to tell that script who it is. So global player plane is equal to stuff. Easy squeezy. La 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 la. What do I gotta do now is export it again. There you go. Close. Refactor. And run. My neighbors are going crazy. They'd be bouncing all over the shop. I need to take a quick break in a moment because I've been at it for a while. Okay, yeah, you died, idiot. Alrighty, so there he is. There he is. So I'm going to turn around on the iPad and give chase. Oops. He's going to find me in the center. The controls for this thing are just weird. There he is. You died, ding dong. I love this. This is so much fun. You die way too easy. There he goes. Also, the player, he doesn't turn around. Whenever I'm turning around over here, he's just flipping around. All right. So that's another thing Booyah always says. Just get to the part where you can die. And where you can have a game over screen, essentially. And that's basically what we're doing. We've got a game over screen. And what we need to do now is we need to start game screen. And how do we want to do this? I think those particles can go away. The particles have been here since like the very beginning, but I don't think we need them. Where are those particles? Eh? No, I didn't have them there. I have them in the arena. That's silly. Yeah, that's goofy. I need to change that anyway. All right, so let's take a look at what we have here in the arena. We've got our light environment, and we have the barrier that stops the players, and just a couple arbitrary markers to basically see how big stuff is. The ground plane can change. Yeah, we do need to reset the player to have them log back in. So on the player dead screen, I'd like to do, I guess let's just add a button. Try again. It's kind of, that's weird. We need a VBox container. Yeah, so that everything is not just on top of one another. Try again. There you go. Let's see. So how do we do this? How best to do that? Because the server isn't kicking the player off just yet. But reset button. The server isn't kicking the player off, but the other computers have kicked that player. That doesn't exist anymore. I'm just gonna crash and burn through that. So whenever that button is pressed, reset button is pressed, let's see. Reset player. So all this is being called in the main function, in the main script here. So like, on player killed, update player positions, make enemy plane. This needs to be in its own place because this file is just gonna become ginormous, and that's not great. So what I need to do is make another one of those globals. So script in the script folder. Let's make it here. Multiplayer controller. So in the project auto load stuff, so it's in the globals here. Let's add that file. So it's called the multiplayer controller. I'm just gonna call it MPC, even though I got fired from MPC a couple months ago. This is a healing thing for me. All right. So I need to move all of the functionality that I don't want from in my just main startup script here over to the multiplayer controller. So let me open up the multiplayer controller. It needs a enemy plane map. Let's see. We need to make enemy plane over there. We need to update player positions over there. We need to handle when the player on player killed over there. And let's see, anything else? Ooh, yeah. This all needs to go over there as well. No, I don't want that. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. So this is the stuff that actually connects with the server every frame. The airplane variable. Where is world being called from? What do I call it in global? Player plane. If global player plane. So if the plane exists, then we can do all of this stuff. Okay. And ooh, yeah, the socket controller isn't a thing yet. It's all in global socket. Global socket. Cool. I hate this like I'm so okay with like scuffed. Oh wait. If UUID isn't equal to global player UUID. I'm like so okay with it being scuffed, like it's so difficult for me to like have the motivation to go back through and make these like necessary changes. But it's so much more worth it to not have like clunky code. All right, is that all right there? Yeah, that's fine. I think this would work. But I want to just try running it locally and see if it doesn't crash. Yeah. Yeah. Of course it crashed. Parts? Particles. Oh, yeah. What this did is every tick it would put the particles behind the plane, but I just got rid of the particles. So easy change there. Another thing too, in the socket controller, the interpreter, this is calling get parent to do this. So what we have to do is MPC get parent. NPC get parent. Yeah, meh. So that is good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Client UUID. I don't want to have this here anymore. I want to change this to the global player UUID that I was using. Yeah, same thing here. It's a little bit longer, but it's also, you know, less fragmented. So like I don't have like different versions of that same variable in different places, because that gets really confusing and makes debugging just miserable. This is also nice. Whenever I fly this way, I do fall out of the sky, which is what you would also do in a plane. Okay, so I just moved everything to the multiplayer thing, and I kind of want to test that out. PC, make these changes. This doesn't need 2 spaces. So we can authenticate, players are updated, update player positions, and player killed. So what we have to do now, oh yeah, is in the player dead screen, we reset player. NPC, reset player. And what we do is give our UUID. All right, so what this needs to do is we need a reset player function here that this is calling. I'm just gonna put it somewhere. Now this can go one of 2 ways. Just like on player killed, it gets a PUUID. And this could be us, or it could be an enemy. So yeah, makes sense. This is good stuff. If it's us, we need to reset ourselves. And if it's an enemy, we need to reset them. And a couple different things are going to happen. So this makes me think not enough stuff is happening in the on player killed function. So yeah, this the enemy plane map needs to be erasing this. Player the server needs to know that that client is dead. So let's start backwards here. So client. All right, so instead of this, we have the WebSocket interpreter, which says, okay, update the positions, or a player's been hit, all this crap. And what we're also going to need is a better player class. So I'm going to make a new file, new Python file. Just call it player.py. And I'm going to copy that functionality from the interpreter, just whoop, over here. And what do I need to do? Oh yeah, UUID. This needs to come with it. And I also need to import UUID. Lit. Instead of client, I'm just going to call it a player, because that's what it is. And whenever we initialize it, it takes the WebSocket, it makes it to UUID, it's authenticated, it has a position, self rotation is going to be a vector 3 as well. It's going to have health, it's going to have let's say killed. Actually, keep it consistent, because dead is going to equal false. It's going to need a bunch of other information than this, but we'll start with this just to kind of to kind of go with it. To kind of get with it. So, but first thing I want to do is in interpreter, get rid of this because I've just moved it to player. So from player, import player, the player class. So I was calling it client over here. I don't want to do that. I want to, oh, I think I make it down here. Where is, yeah, client. Yeah, I'm calling everything clients, and they are clients, but I kind of want to rename it player. Because, you know, it looks nicer. Player is, I'm gonna do it. Ew. Ew. Okay. Okay. And we just need to change everything from self-connected clients to self-connected players. I kind of regret doing this. It's ugly. It's weird. Connected clients to connected players. Replace, 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 replace. It's like, so this is all done in terms of the client server method, and this is the server, and it is connecting clients, but I think it's better in my my ADHD-ness to understand, okay, the clients are players. The clients are players, and that's why I really want to be thinking of them as more than actual clients, because the website handles that protocol. I have to make everything that handles the players, such as like position, rotation, health. Is it dead? That kind of thing. It's going to be better for me to uh, think of it that way. So, what do we got to do now? So, whenever a player is killed, player, that client object. So this actually needs to be player instead of client object. So let's see, if health is equal to 0, player handle death. And that's something that this is going to do. So we need a function here, handle death. And because it's Python class, it has to pass self to itself. Pardon. All right. So really all that does is dead is equal to true. Oh, self dead is equal to true. And what do we do? Really not a lot. Last position. Well, back to the interpreter. Case reset player. And then we'll have this here. We have to get their UUID whenever we reset the player. And we do this thing again. Yeah, find the player by that UUID. And then player reset. So back here, reset. So what happens whenever they're reset? Their self health is equal to 100. if they were to have any like bonuses, they should remove them. And on death, should be equal to 0. Health should equal 0. So like, I'm imagining like if you got shot by like a rocket and your health became like negative 200 or something, then it just zero out the health. There we go. Because they're not being kicked or anything like that. Let's see. What I might need to do is just have a list of self-active players. And these will be the UUIDs of players who are in the game and not dead. So, yeah, so whenever a player is hit, if player health is less than or equal to 0, self-active players remove player. Cool. Reset player. Oh, this is going to be so much better because I've been doing this list comprehension crap. Ugh, dude. Okay, so player UIDs, get that. Once we find it, I really need a define get player by UUID. UUID. Oh, dude. Whoa, what's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? Pass. Yeah. So what I need to do is instead of doing this like 5 times, like see this chunk of code, I'm actually doing up here too. Lame. Stupid. Don't repeat yourself. Some like alien pig just threw you off a cliff in Satisfactory. Dude. Were you dangling a carrot in front of its face like in Minecraft? I haven't played that game like at all. I watched one of the dudes actually from I think it was an old Minecraft dev dude. You just simply walked by. That sounds like some Gmod nonsense. I remember whenever like I I remember trying to put blocks in a bucket and the physics engine just killing me. Player equals none, player equals client. So for wait. Actually, I don't even need to do this. So for player in connected players values, if player UID is equal to player UUID, I'm gonna change this to given UUID just to differentiate it a bit. Then I'm just whoopsie ding dong doodly. I did not mean to do that. Return player. Dang old Bobby Unser shit. Sound like a Boomhauer whenever I do this. Boomhauer, you're not gonna talk your way out of this one. For player and players, basically. If player UUID is that given UUID, then give back that player. Sweet. Sweet gravy. Okay. So instead of this, player is going to be equal to self get player by UUID. Player UUID. And if player player reset, because there's a chance there might not be that player. So I do that here as well. Whoop. Okay, awesome. So now resetting player, what that is going to do is I have to add them back to active players. Append player. There we go. Gmod is another game that I'm surprised gets like as many updates as it gets. And maybe it's just because it's been out for so long and uh Gary's been like working so much on Rust. It's like, what more are you gonna add to Gmod? Like, Gmod is like a utility. I feel like it had mostly enough. I wonder how much it is like actual features versus like, I don't know, game breaking bugs. I think it's never gonna die. Well, yeah, it's like, it's kind of like Roblox. So right now the big thing on Roblox is Dress to Impress. It's just like a little in-game mini game, like an emergent gameplay sort of stuff. But before, like Gmod used to do the same thing, like Prop Hunt. Prop Hunt was just a different way to play in the sandbox. I think a sandbox always has merit, and especially given like how Valve updates its stuff. It is always like improving graphically, and it's always like expanding more like assets from Valve games. Not that Valve makes any new games ever, but it's still a pretty neato thing. We have appended message now. What do we need to do? We update positions, we receive authentications, and players updated. Yeah. Player killed, reset player, players updated, player list. That's the thing that we don't have. No, so what we need to do is have active players. What the point of it is, even to this day. You mean Gmod or what was I even saying? Gmod, Roblox, Valve. What's the point of anything? What is the point? Active players. All right, so that's what we need. Let's see, player list. Receive authentication. Client authenticate. Well, yeah, you shouldn't be able to authenticate to us. I mean, yeah, it's just, what's the meaning of it all, really? Client list is equal to. No, that's not right. So, okay, so I've kind of backed myself into a corner here in terms of the active players is a list of UUIDs. Yes. If client WebSocket and connected players keys. So connected client object. Yep. If this is the client, yeah. Yes. It's authenticated. You're authenticating. And player list. Player list? This is silly. This is dumb. Players list and clients list. Oh, okay. So here's what I need to do. self active players needs to append that client ID right here. This was a frustrating little moment for me. I had to figure this out. So the player list is going to be... Oh, Jolene, I heard that. Player list and the client list is going to be equal to authenticated players. Player list, client list is going to be the WebSockets. No, not that. Client list. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I might need to take a quick little break here. I could stand to get some more water, and the dogs could probably stand to have some food. Client list is going to be client player WebSocket. There we go. I'm a silly, goofy goober here. Yes, I will feed you in just a moment. Shut up. Stop it. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, I already did that. What the heck? Yeah, you need a snack. I'm thinking... this is another, like, kind of dangerous thing. Like, I ate like 6 hours ago, but I'm not hungry. Like, this is only, like, the third stream. And I'm still, like, trying to, like, I want to keep this healthy thing as possible. Self-active players, and then the client list. I might need a better way to do this, because this is a complicated thing. That's going out to the client list there. Self-active players. Yeah, that client list is right. That's all good. That's all good. So active players. Are we removing it from there? We are. And this player list here. Yes. Return. We don't have a client list here. Okay. Whoops. That is an active client list. And then this updated players is self-active players. This is freaking sweet. I'm going to test this and get it working like as is, the reset player function. And once I do that, I'll take a quick little break. So that's all good. Where are we at back in Godot? Okay, so on player killed. Let's see, active. We have the enemy plane map get killed. So we update. Where is this being called from? Control Shift F to find it. NPC make plane enemy plane UUID. Players updated. I think this just needs to be handled all through NPC. List of UUIDs, NPC, players updated, list of UUIDs. Okay, so instead of this, NPC players updated, thunk, woohoo, players updated, UUID list. Aha. Alright. So for UUID and UUID list, if UUID is not us, then we make the enemy plane. That's the problem. We need to like just hide these planes whenever they're inactive. Enemy UUID. If the UUID, if okay. So if UUID is not in our, if we haven't already seen it before, so if this is a completely new thing, if UUD is not in, I don't know if that's the right syntax here. So if enemy plane map keys has the UUID, so if we've seen this before, and if that what the heck do we have to do then? Else, yeah. Okay, so if the enemy plane map has the UUID, then we need to reset it or whatever. If not, we have to just completely make a new one. And that's fine. So if we already have it, if so enemy plane is equal to enemy plane map UID, if enemy plane is dead, and I think that's what I called it, enemy or no, I haven't called it anything, dead. Dead is equal to true. And we'll just make it not visible. Visible equals false. And then it needs a function to reset it. So dead is equal to false. And that's going to be a Boolean that's automatically false. And visible is equal to true. And then position, it should automatically adjust its position. Let's see. So, oh, yeah, it's false. Kill. So it can get killed and then get reset. So if it is dead, if enemy plane is dead, enemy plane reset. And if it's not dead, then it's just not going to do anything because that's the only option there. So players updated. Great, great, great. This is a lot of changes. This is a big, big change because it's changed in both the server and the client. So if this works, it'd be crazy. So I haven't even finished what I was going to do. So yeah, this is a big one. Reset button over here. NPC reset player. Actually, reset player. Reset the player who is playing. Actually, that might be a bad way to do it. What do I have to do? I guess we just need a function in the airplane script to reset. So I'll put it over by get killed so they're nice and ready. Function get killed. Oh, no, wait. I meant function reset. Dead, false. And what am I doing whenever I spawn this? In the test arena, the plane velocity is this and the thrust is 20. Okay. So I can actually probably just call spawn or reset from there. That makes a little bit more sense. Velocity is that, and thrust is 20. Cool. So multiplayer controller will take global player plane and reset it, but it will also send a message to the server that we have reset a player. And I forget what that function was. Reset player. Yeah. Okay. And we need to pass in the UUID as well. This is a freaking big one. I'm just getting kind of tired. I don't have it in me yet to be the major streamer. Send message to server. Find an example. Ah, okay. This is basically the same thing that I need to send. I just need to change one little word out. So, yeah. Command reset player, and the UUID is this one. Right? Right? Ah, balls. Global player UUID. That's what we want. Okay. Okay. Huge change. Huge change right here. So I'm going to export this. Actually, I'm going to try and run it from here. I don't see any crashes so far. I can shoot and all that stuff. So now we need to just try it on the web, try it online. So we've exported, stopping the server, refactor it, and run it. No crashes through here just yet. All right. So we've been given a UUID from the WebSocket server. That's kind of huge. Here, let me turn on my iPad thing over here. All right. All right. All right. Man, we're loading over Wi-Fi. It's taking forever. Okay. So I don't see me. Yeah, I don't see me. All right. So something hasn't gone correct. And like I said, I kind of expected that. So let's take a look if there's any error here. We've authenticated both players. So we can see authenticating here and authenticating here. So it's like the player object there with its UUID. Also, I need to change these because they're not as unique as they could be. We did get another error here. What does this one say? Oh, yeah, the handshake error. That always happens because I ran it locally. What isn't happening then? So I need to just print some more stuff to the screen, basically. So we have our heads-up display over here, which has our mini map down at the right, and our all of our plane details and things like this. What I want to do, though, is I want to have like a connected players variable that we can also see. So our health label, I'm just going to duplicate that and call it connected players label. Connected players. Cool. And this will be in the airplane here. Oh, sorry, Jolene. Our connected player label. And that will be of a labeling type. And I have to add it down here because I actually have to connect it from the scene itself. Connected. Oh, what the heck? HUD VBox container. Where is it? Where did I just put it? It's because I didn't save it as a thing. Oh. I would like to click on the thing. There you go. All right, so now whenever the multiplayer people are connected, enemy plane map. Whenever we add a plane, yeah, is that what we're doing? We're making an enemy plane. Minimap add enemy, and what do we have to do? Connected players. Actually, players updated for UUID list. Oh, so okay. What I'll do is make a variable called connected players. Is going to be equal to the UUID list size. Screw it. So even if we're connected, that'll count as just one. So I need to actually create this variable over here. Global variable connected players is equal to 0 because it should just automatically be 0. And never just nothing. So in the hood, no, not in the hood, I'm going to actually connected players label text is going to be equal to connected players plus string global connected players. See if this is running. Okay, so connected players is equal to 0, and that's fine because I'm not connected. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to do a quick pee break, feed the dogs, maybe grab a snack myself, get some more water. So everyone gets to see the amazing pee screen that I have. So I will see you guys in just a minute. Take a short break, and we'll get back to it. See you in a minute. And he's back. He has peed. The dogs have the feed. And I don't know what the heck I was doing. Okay, so I was trying to work out the connected players thing. And what I need to do is check with my socket interpreter here. I basically just need to print out any command that isn't update player positions, because update player positions is like kind of ginormo. And it gets called very often. So what I need to do is output string, and then I have to actually declare that as a proper string, and then global dbprint output string, so I can actually see it on screen. Players updated is a big important one. Player UUID, players killed. That prints from another place. Yeah, that one prints from another place as well. Basically, I just want to know when our player's update is called. So I'm going to export this project. Export O. Yeah. Who be texting me? Okay. Trying to see if we're gonna bring home some food. Oh dang. A dog just burped. Trying to see what kind of. Yeah, so we exported that. That's great. We love that. We love to see it. Oh my goodness, that dude's just been flying for the past 35 minutes. I'm glad I reset the position and stuff, because otherwise that dude been like in outer space by now. We refactor. We run.py. Okay. Now let's load up. Though. See what we got. I had like 2 cashews, and now they're like all up in my teeth. List of player UUIDs. Okay. Well, then why weren't you working before? Talking about you're just gonna work? Oh my goodness. So, I've been doing game dev streams and stuff. Done 3 of them. But what I want to do as well. Okay, so it says it's connected. Wait. 2 connected players. America explain. I want to do a Final Fantasy playthrough, but I want to do 2. I want to do a Final Fantasy X-2 playthrough with the international version, because it's awesome. But I also want to do a Final Fantasy X playthrough where I can only update the sphere grid for Lulu. Because I think that would be stupid, and I want to do it. It sounds awesome. Because Lulu is my like favorite character, but she's also like the worst character in terms of the given sphere rate because Black Mage is so underusable, uh, and just not great in that. So what the heck? I got a message. I got lists of player UUIDs. That's great, and 2 connected players, but they're not being added to the minimap. So that is something wrong. That's wrongness. Okay, so whenever we reset player, we're not adding the UUID. Okay, so what am I doing? So if enemy player keys has the UUID, it means we already have it. Enemy is dead. Enemy plane reset. Right? So let's see what enemy plane is doing on reset. Ah. Ciao. Global minimap. Minimap. Add enemy. Okay. I think this needs to be handled a little bit different. The splode. They explode. It make go boom boom. In it, I need to be kind of giving it the UUID faster. It's equal to PUUID. And then whenever we're ready, we add it to the minimap. Global minimap, add player, UUID. Add enemy, UUID. So, where is minimap add enemy being called? Multiplayer controller is doing that already. So, I don't want to do that. So, enemy plane instantiate with UUID. Yeah. Instead of this, instead of all that, enemy plane just pass through the UUID immediately. Can we do that? I want to do that. I want to go to there. Yeah. So on ready, we add enemy to the minimap, UUID. Reset, we add it back. And on get killed, we remove that sprite. Yeah. Ain't no thing but chicken wing. So that was another place that we added it. Make enemy plane. It didn't call it. So I don't know why. Plane added to arena. Yeah, it should have been called there. We should have seen plane added to arena enemy plane, but we didn't, which is totally not sweet. Let's export. Export and try again. If at first you fail, well, get used to it, sucker, because no one starts off smart. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We running. We refreshing. Yeah. Alright, so whenever my iPad decides it's going to load this web page, it needs to pop up, giving you a list of player IDs. Am I not calling this correctly? I don't think I'm calling this correctly. Right? I'm dumb? Imagine? Huge? Making me play. Players updated. Yeah, so the socket interpreter prints out that string list of player UUIDs, and then NPC player UU updated. Let's check the logic on this because I guess it's completely wonked. We're updating this correctly because connected players gets updated to 2. And then for each of the UUIDs and the UUIDs list given, if UUID is not equal to the global player ID, one of 2 things can happen. If enemy plane map keys has that, has a UUID. Then it will reset it. Players updated. No, that should be working. Players updated if UUID is not equal to the player UUID. Yeah, so this is only interested in enemies, not the actual player. So if the plane map has the UUID, I think I want a better way of finding that. Let me hop over to the documentation and take a look at the dictionary, which is what the enemy plane map is. And of course, it's not going to have a ton. Find key. Null is also a valid key. Finds and returns the first key associated with the value. First. Wait. Oh. Get. So we probably want get. Returns the corresponding value for the given key. In the dictionary, if the key does not exist, returns default or null. If the parameter is omitted. Yeah, so let's just do get instead of the whole, if this has this. Enemy plane is equal to get, actually, no, enemy plane map get UUID. And if enemy plane if the plane is dead, reset it. If not, yeah, make the enemy plane. And this does add, yeah, this does add this. So it's not there, should add it. This is a whack attack, and I don't know why. So I'm going to see if there's like a better way to add stuff other than... No, that's dumb. I wouldn't want to do that. Empty has all, make read only. Really, it's that's the way to do it. So unfortunately, we gotta just try it again with slight changes. There you go. They say like the definition of insanity is like trying the same thing over and over until it's expecting a different process. But like if you just change something slightly and then do it like 50 billion times a second, that's machine learning and you get like paid 6 figures. It's amazing. Rolling up. We loaded. Huge. This takes a little while to load. I'm hoping that's not going to be like a total mood killer for people that are playing. Yeah, why did you not load up? List of player UUIDs. And we pass that through. There's no not passing it through, is there? Yeah, because we print it out and then NPC players updated. And I want to print this out. For UUID and UUID list, if it's not the player UUID, okay, so let's just try debugging. Global dbprint plane already exists. Plane exists. Enemy plane. Or plane doesn't exist, and we then print out the UUID. I'd really like to get back to working on this because I doubt this is actually from. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't going through. It really should be. It should just work magically. It should just know what I want it to do. And then I should never have diarrhea. Or something. Alright. Load up. Player doesn't exist. Why are you not making it then? Yeah, so plane doesn't exist and then make enemy plane with that UUID. Enemy plane is instantiated with this. Okay. What do we got? Global debug print plane created enemy plane. Yeah, that's nice. And make plane called for UUID. Okay, so we print right here and we got that message printed out. So and then we call make enemy plane. It's right here. So as soon as that starts, we're gonna print this, make the freaking plane, and then print that after. So I want to see all of this. Yabba dabba doo. Export it. Try it again. Dust yourself off. Try again. Or whatever they say in that song. Alright, connect to players to make plane called for UUID, and then nothing happens after that, so we're getting an error in there. Let's change this then. I want to change how am I doing this? I want to instead of having this init here, I want to have a spawn function. So spawn with a PUUID, basically just combine these functions. And get out of here. Yeah, spawn multiplayer controller. Instead of all this nonsense, plain do that. And enemy plane spawn with UID. Okay. Gonna try this. And it's gonna freaking work. Because positive affirmations help. They don't help the game, but they help my attitude. Because I got a bad attitude. I need my medicine. We factor 1.py. Press the button. There we go. Ooh, popped up, popped up. Reload it here. What we got? What we got? What we got? Oh. Yeah. So I guess the plane is there. And now it's just not moving. Is that what I'm seeing? Plane created. Yeah, because on the iPad it's also in the center. Just not being anywhere. Does it automatically start as invisible? That's dumb. So let's see what the ding dang dealy is. Visible equals false. No, I didn't mute. I should still be going. Do you hear me? Do hear. Do hear me. Mich. Let's see. So multiplayer controller on blah 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 blah. Update player positions for UUID position dict keys. UUID is not equal to that. Enemy plane map UUID's global position is this. What in the French toast? Because if we're not setting the enemy position here. Is there something wonky going on over here? So the client list is whack. There's something crazy going on because we're not updating the player position. But we're also not spawning the thing in the right place. So it did say that we were adding plane created enemy node 3D. Why didn't it print out the rest of it? Plane created enemy plane. Plane added to arena. Why didn't it say that? Plane added to arena. That should have popped up. No pun intended. Well, I mean, it's very difficult to debug stuff. Especially like whenever you're just defining your own language and syntax here. So I've got two computers that are talking back and forth to one another. I have this game which is talking to this server, and I'm giving it the ability to speak, so it can have words like receive authentication or update position and player hit, these kind of things. And all of this stuff happens because of that, and it does exactly what I say to. and it doesn't infer. It only does exactly what I say. So that's where the problem lies. Is I've oh dag God, dated. Oh, here's what happened. So whenever I move the player, the multiplayer thing over here, um, yeah, it's trying to add it to the test arena, but it doesn't know what that is. This should be the thing. So instead of test arena, let me search for this. Okay, so I can just say global arena and use that awesome global script again. Yeah, little errors will find you. Or what is this music? You know it? I just got a Spotify playlist going on. This is Starbound. This is Europa from Starbound. That'd be a game that's right up your alley. Arena. So on main, no, not main, test arena. Generate the arena and global arena is equal to self. Awesome. Oh yeah, 300 hours of of knowledge about it. I don't have a ton of hours in like a lot of the games on Steam that like track the hours. So like I dumped a good 150 hours into Gran Turismo 4 in the past like year. Just cuz I play it on my Steam Deck. But I play it through PCSX2 so it doesn't like really track the time. And like if I don't turn off my Steam Deck right, or close it right, it doesn't do that either. But the thing that would have probably the most playtime is definitely Minecraft. And I'm kind of glad I don't know how many hours I have in that. Wow. Refactor and run. Refreshing here. All right. Are we connecting? Hey, we are connected and they are flying behind me. So I can... Yeah, the problem with this game is you fly the helicopter like a quadcopter. So like you can't flip up down like this. I guess I just did. So what the heck? This guy's gonna respawn here in the middle. There he goes. So I can shoot him down. Actually, no, I want him to shoot me down. There we go. Now I have to chase me down. Oh, he's way up there. I lost so much altitude. You should be dead. Wait a second. Why are you not dead? Huh. Okay, so I kept shooting it, and then, like, just nothing happened. So I didn't get the "you died" screen, which is not great. So, oh, that's a problem. Nothing can just go out to active players. It has to go out to all the connected players. Yeah, so on player hit, client list has to go out to all connected players. So player killed. Active players removes that. So active players. That's weird. That's weird. I'm doing this weird. Like I'm doing things that are like the order of operations is like way too like this things are overwriting themselves basically. So player hit works. So player handled death should work. Dead, health is 0. So I'm gonna print that out here. So print player died self. Okay, so I'll print that out whenever that happens. Updating positions is something that always happens. So for client and client here, update position. What? Which way am I going here? So it's on whenever the player is killed. Player killed, player UUID. Is that what it said though? Enemy plane created, added to arena, and then you hit enemy, blah, 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 blah. But it didn't take the get killed thing. Socket interpreter, player killed. Well, let's print it out. Global db print player killed. Killed. And then UUID. That's another thing I want to add to the heads up display is a UUID label. Da 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 da. UID label. UUID. Neato. Add it up here. UID label, which is a label. HUD. VBox container. UID label. Awesome. So now I need to set that text whenever global gets updated. Global player UID. All right. Global player UUID is equal to this. How do I do that? Screw it. I'll just do it every frame. I don't care. UID label text is equal to UID string actually plus global player UID. So I'm gonna be a bit hacky and just make the player UUID equal to an empty string, so it doesn't like break anything. So in the socket interpreter, we're also printing out that a player has been killed there. So this is just a big debug day. I haven't really done any like new features. I guess I added the mini map and the ability to kill people and the death screen and stuff like that. Not bad for 5 hours. What are we gonna do here? Yeah, I guess we're ready to try this out. Oh, active players remove. List and remove, termination signal, shutting down. X is not in the list. Ooh, so this happens whenever a player is disconnected. Disconnect, player disconnect. Client disconnected. handle this above all else. Because if the client isn't there, then it's just not going to make any sense. So that is actually what I'm going to start with next after I get this kind of like sort of working. That's actually a really big thing to get going. Refactor. Run. And start on this. All right. The player has been spawned over here, and I'm going to try and shoot myself down from the iPad. Shooting. Plane added to arena. Is that what happened? I killed it. I keep hitting the enemy. It's still there, but it didn't say anything like player killed. I didn't get the player killed thing. So that means this is done. The problem is over here. Interesting. This is interesting. So authenticated players. UID list. Yep, I gotta pull the rug out here. So this didn't make it. The player killed signal did not make it over here. So we sent out a command called player killed. Right. Player hit, player killed. Yeah, player killed, and that player UID was over here. But it never came over here. So that means we sent it to the incorrect person, which means all of the issues are over on the server side. Well, most of the issues are. So what we have to do here. Client disconnected. Client. I think I just need another map. Connected players. Okay, so WebSocket player object. This is just, I need to put this back out. I just need to organize my thoughts a little bit here by putting in these little notes. And I feel like I'm getting to that point in the stream. I don't really have a lot of endurance in this yet. Feel myself kind of like stumbling over things and like kind of getting caught up on like little simple issues. So it might be a reminder to the self to kind of take it easy and probably bring this one to a close. And just have a good starting off point. I don't necessarily want to work on this offline though, especially because like, what if someone's interested in seeing this? Here we go. All right. So whenever a player gets disconnected, we DC them. We have to delete that person. So we actually have to get the player object. Actually, what am I doing? Player object is connected player. Connected players WebSocket. This actually makes sense to change this. There we go. Player object. What do we have to do here? I guess we would just delete it. but we have to update players. Where do we do that? We update positions, receive authentication, and player hit. Where's players updated? I guess it's not anywhere. So that's a frustrating thing. So we return that. We print out that someone is disconnected, and then we have to refresh player list. So nothing happens here in terms of whom it is returned to. So let me go over to the run section and see what this does. So if there's an output message, we await server broadcast output message to client list. Okay. So I don't think this is going to be allowed. Yeah, because the issue being none of that is defined, and this isn't an asynchronous function. So now it is an asynchronous function. So the message has to be update these players. Da, 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 da. Okay. So I'm going to connect this here, client list. And the client list doesn't exist yet. So I need to just be able to get that with authenticated clients. Authenticated clients. Yeah, this is another thing. I'm just messing myself up by mixing up players and clients. Authenticated players. Authenticated clients. Da ba da ba da ba. To all authenticated clients. So we delete that. We get that player object, authenticated, self-authenticated clients, remove player object UID. So it is no longer an authenticated client. You gonna bounce? I hope the smooth syntax goes smoothly. Yeah, thanks for staying around as long as you did. I'm hoping to do more of this. Hope you have a good time. Check you around. See you on the next one, man. All right. So we've got the authenticated players, and that's what we need to be sending things out to. Yeah. And see, keep it real. What we need to be doing is sending these out to all of the authenticated players, and that is, I just need to make sure that this list is the single source of truth for what that is. Anytime someone disconnects, any blah 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 blah. Connect client, authenticated players. I guess it doesn't even need to be authenticated. No, it does need to be authenticated. So on authentication, client UUID. Goodness. If client WebSocket is in the keys, then we get that client object. All right, so we have the client ID. If client ID not in self-authenticated clients, self-authenticated clients append client ID. Awesome. So now, instead of this client list, we can always just send stuff out to self-authenticated clients. And we don't have to deal with doing list comprehension every single time. It is forced waiting. So I can just do self-authenticated clients. Self-authenticated clients. Player positions, player positions. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Client. Oh, no, that is fine. I can get rid of that. Authenticated clients. Yeah, that's so much nicer than having to do list comprehension like 25 billion times a frame. I am going to change that all, but not right now. We have to do a lot of streamlining to the code if we're going to have any more than 1 or 2 people playing on the same network. Definitely going to be latency issues out the wazoo. So run this and refresh this. So now there should be a little bit more graceful handling of things. Oh, client list 0. String object has no, what do you got for me? Yeah, big error here. Has no attribute send. What line was that? Line 45, broadcast message. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing that wrong. Let me see how it needs to be done. Output message, if output message, await, await server. Okay. Something, yeah, I messed that up. I didn't, yeah, it's not self. It doesn't have a thing for broadcast message. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And I'm going to do what I did up here, because I've done the same thing already. Message is equal to this. Just do it like that. And this is within, yeah, the scope is right there. Okay. Run it. Refresh it. Refresh this one also. Do we have anything here? Client list 0. Where am I doing that? 45 and broadcast message. Wait, client list 0, send message. String object? What are we saving as a string? I see. I see. No, I'm sending these as strings. That's why. Bummer. Authenticated WebSockets. Okay. Okay, so authenticated clients need to be a WebSocket list. Client ID. Let's see. There we go. Easy squeezy. So now, in authenticated clients, I want to be removing this. Self-connected players. Actually don't even need to do that. If self-authenticated clients has this WebSocket, then remove it. Okay, so authenticated players, authenticated clients. Sorry. Authenticated clients is awesome. Where am I appending and removing is the big question of what I need to be keeping a track of. Start here. Refresh this. Okay. Okay, that didn't fail. That's good. So if I refresh this over here on the iPad from that browser, I should be able to shoot myself down, which is always the goal there. Alright, we are connected. No! I want that to come back. Okay. Okay. I need to flip backwards so I can be caught by my my Apple related alter ego. Crash. We should be on a collision course. I'm shooting him. Okay, I shot him. Okay, so now we have the issue where that just didn't work. Yes. List remove, X is not in list. This is fine. This is fine. X is not in list for list remove X and handle message. Beh? Was never awaited. Oh. Connection handler failed? What do you mean client was just... I understand why it's wrong. So I actually have to await that. Is this anywhere else? No, it's okay. So await, self-interpreter client disconnected, WebSocket. There is just a lot of issues with this. So connected players, active players, needs to be a list of UUIDs. Why am I not just passing in the actual player object here? Self-active players. Receive authentication. Okay. Active players remove player. So I guess it's just not being added? Yeah, this is just dumb the way I have this now. So I keep changing these like little itty bitty things, like one thing at a time, and now it's kind of like caught up and it's just ick. So receive authentication really needs to be gone through, and I'm going to do that now. So whenever we receive authentication, we get the UUID, and if the client WebSocket isn't in self-authenticated clients, we add it. And if client WebSocket is in connected players keys, let's see, then we get the client object and we give it the UUID. That doesn't seem right. Authenticated client. Let me see. Client UUID is equal to... Yeah, so I guess I would just do this later. Just do this after. So self-active players append client ID. Cool. And then players, that's just a list of UUIDs. And let's call it what it is, active player UUIDs. Replace these, self-active player UUIDs. Okay. Active player UUIDs. Let's find those again because I saw something that looked a little sus. Client ID. Yeah. Yeah. Remove player. Uh-huh. Yep. There we go. That's it. Self-active player UUIDs. Remove player UUID. There we go. I'm hoping that was it. It may not have been. But I'm going to hope. I'm gonna dream. And if not, I'm gonna scream. Nice. So we've got this going on the iPad. I'm gonna spin right round, baby, like a record, baby. So where is he? Oh, there he is. Shooting, 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 shooting. Ah, you died, ding dong. Try again. Okay. I can't click on the screen, which is weird. Why can't I click on the screen? Okay. So what I want to know is if because I set a process to equal false. So set process. Let me find all the places I'm doing that. Really? I'm not doing that anywhere? I figured I was doing that. Okay. You should allow me to click on that. I guess whenever this is ready. Let me actually try something here. Because I believe UI accept is a generic input. So let me show the built-in actions here. UI accept. Let me add it here. Okay. So we'll add the joypad 0. I mean, Sony cross button, whatever you want to call it. And what I'll do here is we need the reset button. We need to grab the reset button. Reset button, grab focus. Grab click focus. What the heck is the difference between grab focus and grab click focus? Let us find out. Button. Nodes. Button. And this would be in base button. Not regular button. Here we go. Grab click focus. No. Control. Grab click focus. No, wait, that's there. So grab click focus. What do? Creates an input mouse event that attempts to click the control. If the event is received, the control acquires focus. Oh, no. So I just want grab focus. Grab focus. There we go. So that popped up the way I wanted it to. but not much else. Okay. List has no attribute has in client disconnected. If self, I'm that's a code smell there. I'm trying to treat this like Godot. If WebSocket in self-authenticated clients. Yeah, can't do that. So let's export. Try again. That's basically. So I always feel like I get like 90% of the stuff done in like 2 days, and then I spend the remaining year working on the other 10% and throwing out everything I did in the first couple days. Let's stop this. Run our refactor. Fire that muffin. Load up on the iPad. And load up here. Okay, I am shooting the snot out of him. I died ding dong. Haha. And then I flew through. And then I can press try again. Ah. Okay, so I'm now flying back. I'm now flying around again. That's awesome. Player's been killed. Plane added to arena. Player killed, player's been killed. Yeah. Alright, so obviously we need to get rid of this. And I'm also looking at the iPad thing because he's not moving on my screen. He is moving on the other screen. That's weird. Let's see. What the heck? What in the French toast? Well, first things first, that player dead screen needs to go away. Player dead screen. Where I call it dead screen. Control Shift F, dead screen. Find. Over here. Now I need to be able to get rid of this dead screen. Where is this at? Okay. Main can show the dead screen. Dead screen will be here. And function show hide dead screen state. If state, then we want to add this here. Oh no, I'm on the main screen. There we go. All right, dead screen resource, and then dead screen is going to be equal to dead screen resource instantiate and add child dead screen. Else, if dead screen, dead screen queue free and dead screen equals null. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Show hide dead screen. And is this in here? Our main. Yeah, just call it main. And whenever this is ready, global main is equal to self. Yeah. So multiplayer controller. If that is dead, global main, show hide dead screen, true. All right. Just one moment. Gotta take a phone call. Are we back? We are so back. Where's my avatar? There he is. Yeah, had to order some pizza because it's about dinner time. Now, whenever the player is killed, what were we doing? We were going to show and hide the dead screen. And whenever we come back, we need to hide the dead screen. So, airplane, reset. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Reset player. So this is actually coming from the dead screen. Player dead screen. NPC reset player. So instead of it actually being in there, I just kind of want to keep everything on the same file. Reset player. Cool. we reset player, and the player UUID is ours. So if I go into the interpreter, reset player, what do we do? Active player UUIDs. Yeah, this is wrong again. This is player UUID. That's what we need. And that's why we're running into issues. Because, yeah, I need to make sure that everything that we're getting is... everything that we're putting in player UUIDs is an actual UUID. So, probably a product of me going too fast. But I am speed. So, who cares? This is a new build. So we rinse and repeat. Refactor it. I really like the refactor. I'm just very appreciative of how that works. I just love a simple tool that works. Okay, that was me pressing it on the iPad. We see it pop up over there. You died, ding dong. Now, this should allow us to be shot down. Oh, to turn on my stinky little controller. It keeps turning itself off. There we go. Killed him. And we respawn. So this doesn't hide the thing. Player's been killed. And reset is triggered. So this is gonna be weird. So I can hit this player all I want. Yeah, that's a weird thing to be able to fly around like that. That weird momentum. Why didn't the hide screen go away? I mean, the you died screen go away. Reset player. Oh. Because I just copy and pasted it and it didn't work out right. So we're going to reset the plane. What happens whenever we do that? It's not dead, the velocity, and we reset the thrust to 20. Cool. And the message is reset player UUID. So, and it sends a message. So reset player, we have the player UUID, and we get the player object, and if there's a player, we reset them. We call their reset function, and we give our active player UUIDs that player UUID. Cool. Cool. And then players updated. So, what have we got over here? I kind of wish I could scroll through my output. So what I am having an issue with is on my HUD, my debugger, my debug printer. So what I want to do here, this doesn't make it scrollable. So what I think I can do, I think I can actually make that scrollable. If I change type, scroll container? Okay. Yeah, I can make this a scroll container. Change type. Scroll container. Awesome. And instead of this, I'm just going to return. So there's an unreachable code chunk, but it here, let me limit output is equal to false by default. So if not limit output, return. Otherwise, it will just go through here and delete all those extra things that we don't want it to print. But in the meantime, it should print out a whole bunch of things that I can actually scroll through. I want that in my life. I need that. It's going to be great. So that'll be good. This is more just to, I don't think I'd ever use an actual argument like that. Whenever, let me see if there were any errors first off. Yes, interpreter has no thingy here. Client disconnected. Authenticated players. Yep. This is me being a bad coder again. Authenticated players. What am I calling them? Authenticated clients. Yep. Authenticated clients. There we go. So client disconnected. If WebSocket is in authenticated clients, then we remove it. Awesome. Sweet. Lit. Sloppy. So whenever we reset the player, what do we do? Okay. Self-authenticated clients. Active player UUIDs. Huh. Connect player's values. Client is authenticated. Yeah, the update position isn't right. For client and self connected player's values. If client is authenticated, yes. If client UUID, wait a minute, what is that called? If self active player UUIDs has, oh wait, ooh, yeah, yep, did it wrong again. If client UUID in self active player IDs, then player positions client UUID is equal to client position. Yes. So that's not going to confuse Godot. If it tries to send out player positions for someone who's dead, because it shouldn't do that. Player is hit, and we remove that. What happens on reset? Reset health is just equal to 0. So, I think this is ready to start, frankly. So I just kind of want to get it to where there's not a ton of errors just pooping out of here. But that's kind of the world I live in. Export selection, airplane, yep. Get out of here. Close and refactor. Go. Loading it on the iPad. And we're going to load it on here. So this will be good. So we should be able to see that loading screen go away. I mean the dead screen go away. That would be the ideal. So shooting. He died. He's a ding dong. You should see me fly past. Ah, okay. So, okay. I died and it still didn't go away. Why did that not go away? Player dead screen. goes to NPC and reset player for that for the player UUID. Reset player, right? Reset player, reset player. Show hide dead screen is false. So in main, show hide dead screen. State. If state, do all this. Else, if the dead screen. That's a property, not the actual thing. Dang it. Yeah, this is probably a. Nah. And there's no debug output for that either. So the problem also here is that looking on the mini map, that guy's dead. He's just not there. So he's just not moving. Why you not moving, my guy? Woo! I want him to be moving. Any errors over here? Yes. Self-active player UUIDs. Message 60. Goodness, where is this one starting at? Player died. Yes. Connection handler failed. What connection? Interpreter handle message if interpreter 60? It's on 60. Player active UUIDs. That really shouldn't not happen. So active player UUIDs. Let me find these. Right? Yeah. Append. Active player. We only append. We're appending. And then we remove here. But it's not here. That's another thing too. Player object. If player object UUID in self active player UUIDs. Self active player UUIDs remove player object UUID. Remove it if it's there. I don't know why this would not be there. It should always be there. So I'm gonna do some debug printing here. So if player UUID not in self active player UUIDs, print that basically. UUID not found in UUID list. And I'm just gonna print that as well. Self active player. Can I not spell or something? No, I can't. Cool. Okay. Do I have that right? I have that right. I must do. And I have enough to do an export out of both. Yeah. Refactor. Make sure I save stuff because it doesn't save it like Godot does. Okay. We've loaded it up. We are dead ding dong. We refresh. We refresh on this side as well. Okay. Just do some flips. All right. Where's the other guy? There he is. He's out here. There he is. Shooting at me. Oh, I went down too far. Where's he at? I've lost him. How did I've outsmarted myself. I'm gonna fly towards the center. Okay. Oh, so he's up there. Is that him? Is that me? There I am. Okay. You died, ding dong. So now here's an issue. I don't see myself flying. Why did he stop? So let me see what errors came out of here. List of player UUI. Why did everyone get kicked? Connection handler failed. List of player UUIDs. Player UUID not found in list. B4158. Why would they be getting kicked? Player hit reset. No. Connected players. This is very strange. I'm confused. Connect client and disconnect client. Client disconnected. This shouldn't be kicking players. Self-interpreter. Yeah, that should absolutely not be doing that. Let me see what happens whenever I press this. Okay. So I'm still flying around over on this one. It says there's one connected player. My UUID is B61. And on this one it's B61CB. I really need like to be able to print the actual connected things at a given time. Why is that though? Why is it disconnecting? So player UUID not found in UUID list. Huh. Player died. Yeah, so the player died. Player object. Alright. I am going to have to wrap this up really soon. It's been about 6 hours, so it's definitely a good time to wrap it up. Definitely want to come back at this with fresh eyes, because there is something weird here. So player died self. Yeah, handle death. Handle death gets called. Handle death. Return this to the authenticated clients. Yeah. Player killed, UUID. Uh-huh. I guess I need to print on disconnect. Let's see. Player object is equal to... actually, no, what I need to do is just print this out. Client disconnected. And I need to make it an actual F string, because I'm trying to do this like a doe again. Player object UUID. Wow, stop it, VS Code. There we go. Client disconnected. I need to see when that's happening. And I don't need to change anything. I just need to... don't need to change anything in Godot. I need to change everything in the server at this point. Alright, so let me Bring this up. Scroll this down. Okay. Now let me find him in game and shoot him down. Wait, why is he not? I didn't see myself for some reason. I see him there now. Why is it 2 connected players? Oof. Yeah, this is icky. Something wonky is going on. Like, these connections aren't staying there. Connections aren't persisting. Yeah, I need to DC these guys. I need to disconnect that. Let me try it again. Okay, so there are 2 people here. Yeah, now there are 2 connected clients. Why it's behaving this way, I have no idea. But I will get down to it. Let me shoot him and see what happens. Okay, he's died. And the list of player UUIDs is there. So client disconnected. So what is that? All right, so client 8F802A94. All right, so that is the UUID of the one on my iPad. But what is this? It says player UUID AA439, which is what I have, was not found. It says player killed and player's not found. Why is this just disconnecting stuff? Why is it connecting? Client disconnected. I have to find what is going on here. So, except if output message. I need to do a little research off screen. I'm not going to work any more on this because this is just going to be me debugging. And we just know that there's I'm just kind of bashing my head against the wall here about, it's most likely what's coming out of the handle message and interpreter. So handle message over here, there's probably just cases where it's not getting anything back and it thinks that it's done. So it might just be closing things off and then re-looping. So I think I always need to have a message or something. So right now if I don't have an output message, I probably need to just make one. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a little bit more research on that off screen so I can come back and just be like, okay, let's figure that out. And then the goal for the next one will, one, to have that solved like in the first 5 minutes. Like I'm going to try and figure that out now, and whenever we start the stream, we'll figure it out. We'll affect a change to the actual code. Then I want to kind of work on the logic of actually the dogfighting aspect of it, like do a little bit of balancing and then get a actual web page up where we can all try this together and have a good time. So thanks for hopping in on this one. This one is it's been pretty dense as well, but I think they all kind of are, and maybe the next one will be as well. I'm gonna I will do at some point, hopefully soon, a game stream. I want to do some Final Fantasy X, and just have a good time, vibe out, and I want to do like a challenge run, like I was saying earlier, where I only play as Lulu. I only am allowed to update her sphere grid. I think that's gonna be super fun.